All right, welcome back, everyone, to another episode of IDRYB Live. I am Lutch, your host, and today we are going to be going through the closing arguments from Johnny Depp's side of his defamation case against Amber Heard. So Camille Vasquez, amazing lawyer and doing really well with this case, is giving her final thoughts. The trial itself is complete. These closing arguments are from yesterday. All the evidence has been presented. And so in the closing arguments, we heard a lot of objections and stuff when there was the testimony. But in the closing arguments, the lawyers can pretty much just say whatever. They can't just say whatever, but they have a lot more leeway as to what they can say. And so without further ado, let's get into it. Closing arguments.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Shout out to Andrew. I reset your password.
Oh, shout out to the lead attorney. He has been streaming the entire thing. I know a lot of people have, but I've been watching his stream because it has been the most entertaining, and it's just been a great time. You know, between him and the chat. Oh man, it has been a good time.
Multiple times.
Let me know if there's no sound.
Wow.
Tends to happen.
They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Sines and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying.
So in case you're not familiar, of course, the closing arguments are spoken directly to the jury. So she's facing the jury, talking directly to them because, of course, on Tuesday after the holiday weekend, the case goes to them, and they get to decide.
She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on the stand in this courtroom.
So remember when she was, when they were talking about this, Amber was like, yes, I pledged all $7 million. And Camille was like, no, that was not my question. Have you donated $7 million? Have you donated? And she's like, yeah, I pledged. They're synonymous. They're the same thing. She's like, no, they're not. You tried to say that you paid the ACLU and a children's hospital in LA, I think, that you paid them $7 million or $3.5 million each, when really you just said that you would. And sure, maybe you intend to, but the fact is that you've, it's been years since this trial has started. It's been years since you made those pledges, and they haven't been paid. Moving on.
She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators.
Now, that is something specifically that got me interested in this case. You know, watching the trial, it's very clear, and I've said this many times, that both of them were toxic to each other. And I hate using that word, but they were toxic as toxic gets. But for her to come out and become a spokesperson for the Me Too movement, and the vile things that she said in this trial that just cannot be true based on her, I don't know for sure, but based on my own reasoning and the evidence that's been presented, there is no way what she said happened actually happened. And she was lauded all in the media, and we, the Me Too movement is definitely something that is good. It's something that we needed to get people out of, people who were doing terrible things to stop doing those things. But to somebody who was not even close to the type of victim or survivor that should be the face of this type of movement, she not only took that space away, but she stood on their shoulders to enrich herself, not only financially, but with attention and fame and all of that good stuff. And that's why this trial is really something that I cared about. Not just that, but the fact that, you know, this is a man being abused. And that used to be laughed at. Remember, I think it was Lorena Bobbitt. I could be completely wrong about that, but early 2000s, mid 2000s, there was a woman who cut off her husband's thingy and like threw it out the window of a car or something. And I remember watching Sharon Osbourne on The View laughing about it. She was laughing about it. And now here we are. Finally, somebody is taking the abuse of a man seriously.
Come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia.
Jesus.
And she keeps making claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way.
Was it worth it?
But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused. And she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. The First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's a difference. Right. Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not.
Now, remember what she just said about, free speech, First Amendment, all of that stuff, because she is very convincing in this, in these closing arguments. Both of the lawyers who come up and do closing arguments for Johnny are extremely convincing. But I'm going to do a separate video on Amber's lawyers doing their closing arguments. And I don't know if you saw my short from from yesterday when I had just finished, but they worried me when Johnny's lawyers were done. I was like, oh yeah, in the bag. But then Amber's lawyers went up. And when you look at the scope of what this trial actually is and the parameters by which, what constitutes a win and a loss, what constitutes defamation and what's free speech. And when you get into the nitty gritty, in the eyes of the public and what truly happened, it's very clear that Amber is in the wrong. And it's very clear that both of them did things to each other that were wrong. But when it comes down to the law, that it may not be just as we think. So I'm very excited to see what the jury will do with this.
Protected speech. Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court, where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base a claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman. calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake, though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that
that was a strong point too, that their entire case, Amber's entire case, depends on the fact that every single person who went on the stand for Johnny was out and out lying. And that's a pretty strong claim. I could see if one person came out and, you know, maybe they were fudging a little bit and, you know, things were unclear, but person after person after person came up on the stand and said and stood up for Johnny and said this was not the kind of behavior they saw. If anything, it was the other way around. So that's a lot of people. And especially the guy who worked for TMZ who was saying, hey, I'm putting myself in trouble by, you know, being out here and telling you that Amber most likely was the leak of the video that they got of him, you know, slamming the cabinets around. And they'll get more into the specific pieces of evidence that came out through the trial. Right now, she's kind of just doing her opening, you know, the opening, but we'll get into it. We'll get into it. Just hang tight.
Witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard.
Why is she reading with her finger?
I know, that was weird. I was just thinking that.
Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here.
I know she ain't blind. And Braille.
Baruch, who wept in front of the world. Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly.
Why is she reading with her finger?
In the UK. That is weird.
Starling Jenkins, a former U.S. Marine.
Usually when they're giving closing arguments, the lawyers, it's not very typical for them to be reading out like that. So that's why the lead attorney, and shout out to AV to the seventh power, go subscribe to her channel as well. Another law student about to become a lawyer as soon as she passes the bar. She's got one class left. But the yeah, so them pointing that out is something I wouldn't have noticed, which is again why I'm watching the lead attorney stream through all of this. But yes, even though what she is saying is, and as we get into the actual evidence, she starts to hit. But I think she is kind of losing points with the jury by just kind of reading and not having a conversation with them. Well, let's see how it goes.
Travis McGivern, also another former police officer. Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England. David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper. Ms. Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse. Officer Sines, an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts. Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car.
Again, all these people, all for Johnny.
Stop him from telling the truth.
All for Johnny.
Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight. Beverly Leonard. Morgan Tremaine. And Kate Moss. And all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking.
Clinks brings up a great point here, and as I was saying before, you know, what Camille is getting into now is something that Amber's lawyers obviously will touch on in way more depth because it helps them. But it's not about who was the better partner. That's not what this trial is. The trial is, did the Washington Post op-ed defame Johnny's character? And the fact is, it didn't name him. It did have dates. So, it's reasonable to assume, who she was talking about, which is why, what do you want, Morty? Morty always getting in the way. Let's see if this will do it. Get out of here. So, the op-ed didn't name Johnny. And so that could be something that the jury decides, she was just talking about her own experiences. And if it happened to be with Johnny Depp, that's Johnny's fault. That's definitely, a way that the jury could decide. And according to the law, they wouldn't be completely out of their rights to do that. So that definitely is something that frightens me.
About actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there's clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record.
Again, how many people came out for Johnny and with nothing to gain? I mean, they definitely have a vest. I guess they do have a vested interest if they're on the payroll. But people are most people respect the fact that if you're under oath, that it's not just telling stories and this and that. This is a court of law, and that the truth has to come out. So again, it's just how many people are really going to come out and openly lie, like not just fudge the truth, but open face lies in a trial of this size, just to get their 15 minutes of fame, which is what grandma on the other side, Amber's lawyer, was suggesting. I mean, it doesn't seem reasonable.
Also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the
now she's more relaxed.
He made the statements. Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer.
She's in the groove now.
There's nothing in the record.
Let's go,
Ms. Heard is
Camille.
also claiming to be
Get it,
suffering from
Camille.
PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth.
Remember how when Amber's quote-unquote expert witness in the field of psychology came up and said she had PTSD and all of this stuff coming from Johnny, and then the very next day, Johnny's side came out with like 3 or 4 different expert witnesses that was like, yeah, what is that lady talking about? She's crazy. Like, that is not at all how PTSD works. This girl is faking it. And it's clear that whether she was faking, the interactions with that doctor or not, the doctor who was giving the examination did everything procedurally incorrect. And so even if what the test determined is accurate, it's not admissible, or it shouldn't be admissible, because of how she used this test for that, and this test is supposed to be for people in the last year, but she used it retroactive, all this kind of stuff. And I think it's very convincing to the jury that all of Johnny's experts coming in and saying, nah, that ain't how it works. That ain't how it works.
As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Ooh. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing. which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that, she diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard.
Yeah, they had her on the stand, and there was, I don't remember the exact name of it, but there was a specific diagnostic to see, okay, do people have PTSD? This is the gold standard of figuring that out. And she made her diagnosis before even going there. So Amber's side wants to accuse Johnny's witnesses of just coming out of the woodwork, as was a phrase used a lot, and for Kate Moss, as if she's in the woodwork. But her side wants to accuse Johnny's people of coming out of the woodwork just to, curry favor, again, using her words, curry favor with a powerful man. But it's really the people on her side who are coming out and are clearly paid to say what Amber wants them to say. And, the projection is just exactly what you would expect from somebody like Amber Heard. Come on.
After diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally, nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There's evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off
She pooped in his bed. It's the biggest surprise of this entire trial is how little they talked about the fact that this woman took a crap in their bed and then tried to blame the dogs, the little teacup Yorkies that they have. I don't know. I clearly have a dog. I am a dog trainer. I am more familiar with dog poop than I would like to be. You are not confusing. I mean, maybe it's a gender thing. Maybe girls have smaller poops, but you are not confusing a 30-year-old adult's turds with the dogs. She did that. She did that.
Out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence
Look at her.
of any film or other project that she has lost.
That's a little recap too. That's one of the funnest parts of this trial with the lead attorney. At the beginning of the trial, you would notice that Johnny was always looking down and kind of scribbling and not looking at Amber. And so Johnny would the lead attorney would just be, giving his commentary. Like, Johnny, look at her. Was it worth it? 15 months, $7 million, and now 100. She's suing you for $100 million. Look at her. Was it worth it? And it's just, I don't know. I find that hilarious. So that was hilarious. Shout out to TLA.
Because of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2.
Let's also remember, they're talking about losses, that one of Amber's experts, the people who came to this $100 million, remember, Johnny's the one who's suing Amber for $50 million for defamation. But Amber also has a $100 million suit against Johnny. And the way that they came to those numbers was some lady comparing her to Zendaya Some lady, the lady comparing her to Jason Momoa, the star of the film. And it's like, lady, that's not, she was never going to get paid what Jason Momoa was getting paid. That's not how this works. That's where the numbers come from. And so again, people coming out of the woodwork, in her words, people are just on the stand saying whatever Amber wants them to say. So who's getting paid off? Little bit of projection there, maybe.
You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be a much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman,
the actual
Chris Pine,
Aquaman,
Gal Gadot, and Zendaya.
Yeah, Gal
But it's Richard
Gadot.
Marks who does deals every day. That's his job. Not testifying here for a paycheck. Does deals in Hollywood.
Called her out.
And Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie.
And Amber is just
Further,
Amber.
The Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores.
So again, the Q scores are just what they, the metric that they use to determine, okay, how much money would you have made? How much money are you losing from, all of this stuff out in the media, all that stuff.
Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp.
Look at the braid.
What's that have to do with the Waldman statements?
Yeah, remember that was, or if you missed the trial, and I spent an entirely too much time watching the trial all week, so I've watched all of the testimony, especially from the two of them, and part of the what she's talking about is just more bullshit that came out that it just doesn't line up. It just doesn't line up. So she's going through all the main parts of the entire trial. So the closing argument is kind of pretty much a recap. And so that's, if you're just joining us, that's what we're doing here, going through the big parts of the trial, and I'll fill you in on the details.
And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements, buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false.
Yep.
Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language.
So again, if you missed the trial, part of Johnny's case part of Amber's case is that she didn't use the language that is defamatory, and that the people at the Washington Post and the editors and all of that, and she is shown retweeting the article itself where it shows the defamatory statement. And the argument, again, part of the argument is whether or not that counts in terms of the defamation that is being judged in this trial.
That instruction states in part that you find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter. We could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
All right, here we go. Getting to the actual evidence now.
This is the
Shout out to Mimi.
She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers.
That's a good one, Mimi.
And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the title. She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title.
So again, here the argument could be from that what is in the op-ed is defamatory, including the title, but that Amber Heard didn't specifically write the title, and she just retweeted it. So that might, even if it is, if they determine that it is defamatory, then that's not on Amber because that's just the title of the article. Or they can go the other way and say that because her name is on it, then and she retweeted it without making any correction or anything, that she should be liable.
The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered.
Oh, we're just gearing up. Wait till they bring out the pictures.
Argument.
If you missed
First,
the trial,
you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action,
and you haven't seen
these
pictures,
is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship, and it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented.
So let's reiterate that. There was a clear pattern of Amber documenting things that she felt important to show that she was, going through this experience. But what she chose to document and how she chose to document it, as we've seen in this trial, and as they're about to recap, you make up your mind. You make up your mind as to what really happened.
Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan out company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs. That's what she documented. Mr. Ronborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that...
And again, that is a very important point. It is not saying, as this lady right here will suggest in her closing arguments, the argument is not that, because you don't have the physical proof, we just say, nope, didn't happen. Pics or it didn't happen. That is not the argument. The argument is you took pictures of this, that, and that. But you didn't take any pictures of your injuries or anything. That seems fishy. And so that is much closer to the argument and has nothing to do with, if you don't have proof, then it didn't happen. That is not the argument here.
Given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention.
And they're bringing them out.
That's it.
Don't you worry.
Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in
her face right now.
Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published...
I'm going to be honest. I actually got a little choked up when I realized that this happened to be exactly 6 years to the day when, the incident, one of the incidents they're talking about, happened. It's 6 years to the day. And think about that amount of time to be dealing with this horrible relationship where your emotions are so entangled in what's going on, and it's very clear that on both sides their emotions took over, and clearly they were not acting rationally, but their emotions were there. The emotions were real. This stuff doesn't happen if you're not, emotionally engaged. But to think that this man has been called, and I don't want to use the words, but all these horrible names for 6 straight years, and only now are we getting to the closing arguments of what's going on. It's really sad, and I really hope this goes. I really hope this goes for Johnny.
Including the title claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse.
And so again, that's part of the argument. Johnny is not named in the op-ed. He is not named in the op-ed. But the fact that there are dates and they are clearly public figures that you can figure out, okay, where were they? There's pictures posted on this date of them together. We know when they got married. We know when they got together. That is really the crux of this trial. Is not naming him, but putting enough information that people could figure out that it was Johnny she was talking about. Is that enough to constitute defamation? That's what they're talking about. And so keep that in mind as we go through the rest of the evidence that they're about to bring out.
She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016. And you have all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tries to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you,
crying with no tears, not a single tear, posing with the tissue for the court photographer.
Story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it, or you believe none of it. Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying.
I'm going to disagree with Camille there, because there are certain things that I definitely believe happened that, they tried to fudge in the course of the testimony. Like there's a text that was sent from Johnny that he claims wasn't from him. And I think they'll bring it up, but he claims it wasn't from him. But based on his other correspondence, that this is a very dramatic man who, I'll never see her again. And he's very dramatic. He's an actor. So for somebody else in his circle to be using his name, his phone, his number, whatever it is, to talk like that, it was probably him. But again, that is not what this trial is about.
Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped.
So if you missed that part, apparently, I think they were in Australia. There was they were getting an argument, and Johnny Depp, supposedly, according to Amber, took a bottle. And SA'd her with it. And not with this side, but with this side. That's what she said. No pictures, no medical records. Apparently, she just went to sleep afterwards. You decide. Is that what a normal, sane person would do if that had happened to them? Or would you probably assume that if you didn't call anybody, didn't take any pictures, didn't tell anybody, didn't get any medical treatment, and you just went to sleep, that probably wasn't what happened? Just saying. Oh, come on.
And if she would lie about that, what would she lie about? You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth.
And again, remember, it stuck with me because of the word that she used. She said that he pummeled her so many times that she couldn't remember. And watch the pictures that they pull up. And if I don't remember exactly, but I have a record of all the pictures that she showed. And if this doesn't do it justice, I will make a separate video. But the pictures that she shows do not reflect. You remember Rihanna? You remember Rihanna with Chris Brown? And how effed up that was? And how effed up her face was? Because that really happened? Let's compare. Keep that in your mind and compare that to what is shown in these arguments.
And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter.
Words matter. Preach.
Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea. But it's who he is.
The new Hunter
And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser.
So remember that there was, or if you don't remember, there was a text that went between him and somebody else. Doesn't really matter. And it was brutal. It was like, oh, we're going to kill her and drown her and or pay her and make sure that, all of these terrible things. And it was very fantastical and dramatic and very poetic language. And Johnny tried to say it wasn't him, and it definitely was him. But again, I made a point in one of my earlier videos when they were specifically talking about in the testimony that we've all been there. Maybe not to the level that Johnny Depp is writing those things, but we've all been in a relationship where we're saying things to a friend that we don't mean. Like, oh, I hate her. I'm gonna do. Maybe not all of us are saying we're gonna drown her after we burn her. Maybe that's a little bit extreme, but so is Johnny Depp. He's Johnny Depp. He's Johnny Depp. And so is he on trial for being dramatic, or is he on trial? Or he's not on trial, but you know what I mean? Is the point here, is Johnny dramatic? Is Johnny a good partner? No, the question is, was Johnny's name defamed by the op-ed that Amber Heard wrote? That's the question.
And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse.
I'm going to assume that if you're here, you heard the tape where she's like, I didn't punch you. You just got hit. Maybe I hit you and I didn't punch. Go tell a judge and a jury that you, Johnny Depp, a man, are a victim of abuse, and see what they say. Well, you got what you asked for, Amber, because here we are, and you look terrible. You look terrible. And if you haven't heard that tape, open up a new tab. Don't go away from this one and search Amber Heard admits, I don't know, whatever. It'll be the first thing that comes up. And it's bad. It's bad. There's no two ways
Hitting
about
your
it.
husband is evidence of abuse.
Facts.
Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication, that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp.
So remember that. More likely than not. This isn't beyond a reasonable doubt. He doesn't have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that none of this happened. He just has to, it's a preponderance of evidence that if it's 1 degree towards Johnny, then he wins. But if it's 1 degree towards Amber, she wins. So 6-1 half dozen the other, I guess.
And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was timed to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights. That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way. That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister.
Wow.
Every other witness
Damn.
who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her. Mr. Rottenborn tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keaton Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan Tremaine isn't on his payroll.
And again, she's just going through a list of the people who came up and said that said good things about Johnny, and she's the one who had nobody but her sister come up and say that they saw what she alleged happened. There's people that she paid to come up, as I alluded to before, but nobody came out of the woodwork in her terms to come and defend her and say that they saw this abuse. And again, we're talking about a man who a big part of this is the fact that he wears these rings so prominently and so often. She testified herself in direct testimony, not like getting caught in a trap on cross-examination. When she was talking to her own lawyers, it became she testified that Johnny was always wearing rings. I believe the exact quote is, "I've never known Johnny not to wear his rings." I mean, that might be a little bit off, but that's what she said. And again, then she said with the rings on that she was pummeled so many times that she doesn't remember. And I can't wait until they bust out the picture that she took after that incident, because what you're imagining and what you would imagine would happen, that's not how that's just no.
Sir Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight. None of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss.
Look at her smiling.
Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress?
So there was a supposed incident where the Boston incident they're talking about, where they were on his private jet and they got into a fight about something or another, and again, I'm trying to dance around the algorithm, but he did some bad things to her. But I think it was not the pilot, but maybe the bodyguard. But people testified. People were there. People witnessed what happened. And Amber has a recording of Johnny kind of just being like, and kind of insinuating that he was just out drunk. But even if he was, like, that's all you have evidence of, that he was drunk. The man is allowed to be drunk. That's it. I mean, I don't know what else.
That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that? What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety?
Remember, she had multiple pictures of him passed out. And her claim was that she was scared and she wanted to show him how bad he had gotten. But when it comes out in a case like this, the way it did, it just seems like, well, maybe you just were already planning on this bullshit and you were taking pictures back then because you knew you would be here one day. I mean, that's just speculation on my end, but I don't know. Sounds reasonable.
Nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket.
Yeah,
Sure.
there was one where he had spilled ice cream. And again, Johnny himself said he had problems with drugs, problems with alcohol. He was at certain times on opiates where he'd be nodding out. As a former drug addict, I definitely know what that's like. And if you're not familiar with the nod, you know, you kind of be there and like your eyes go, and you can't stay awake, and you're like, kind of like you haven't slept for 3 days. And apparently, he spilled ice cream on himself one time. Whatever. Amber tried to act like he had vomited on himself when you can see the pint of ice cream on his lap. Again, she gets, this gets into more evidence, specifically more pictures. She's just kind of getting through her thesis, so to speak. But let's continue.
Or asleep on the ground. What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him.
Facts.
And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officer Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her. He had been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she?
Yeah, so the first thing where I believe where this all started was TMZ got a picture of Amber going to get a temporary restraining order against Johnny. And again, after testifying that she never leaves the house without makeup because she has a skin condition and she has a special foundation that has sunscreen. Do I look like the kind of guy who's going to remember that if I didn't really care? And it just so happens that on that day, that she didn't use makeup to cover it. But the very next day, she was out, not somewhere official, just out with her hair up in a bun, looking regular as anything else. And there's no bruise to be found. Well, let me also remind you that she slipped up. I don't know if you don't know what a Freudian slip is, Google it. But she was talking about how she covers the bruises that Johnny gave her with a kit of makeup that she has. And she called it a bruise kit, which set off alarms because she, if she didn't stumble on her words, it wouldn't have struck me twice. She said, yeah, I have this bruise kit to cover my bruises. But what she did was say, I have this bruise kit. Well, not a bruise kit. It's just like a kit for like it's a makeup kit. And she stumbled and she's like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Oh. And then a bunch of people online who work in Hollywood and makeup artists and everything were taking her testimony and saying, if you did what you said you did, then it would only be to make bruises and not to cover bruises. Whatever order of makeup that she used, if she was covering bruises, she wouldn't have done it the way that she said she did it. But I guess, she's not really a great liar. She hasn't been so far, so I don't know what else I'm expecting.
Trying to destroy him. Mr. Ronborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed.
Can y'all get my likes up,
At the
please?
start of this trial,
Yeah, me too.
we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of
And again, one of the big things about Amber's case and Amber's position is free speech. And they're not claiming that the op-ed that she wrote didn't put Johnny in a bad light, but because she didn't name him and because she didn't say anything that allegedly wasn't true, it's not defamation. But free speech works both ways. You can't get a defamation case, and you can't, you can't get an abuse case on the fact that the guy said bad words to you. And I mean, if you want to talk about emotional abuse and verbal abuse, sure, we can talk, we can have that conversation. But that is not what you wrote about. You wrote about physical and SA. So what are we talking about here? What are we really doing here?
Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard herself. Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse. And Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse.
Let's remember that the Me Too movement was about, it got that name because somebody originally was brave enough to come out and say, hey, look, I think it was Weinstein, but I don't even remember. But somebody was brave enough to come out and say, hey, this powerful man is doing these things. And because that person had the bravery to do it, then other women who were experiencing the same thing felt empowered to say, oh, it happened to me too. And so what Camille is saying right now is that there are no Me Toos. And they specifically talked about, there was a rumor in the late 90s about when Johnny was married to Kate Moss. That's why she's relevant here. They were married and she'd fallen down some stairs. And the rumor, which I was born in 89, late 89. So rumors in the 90s of celebrities, I'm not really going to be part of, but I never heard that. But anyway, the point was that there was a rumor that he pushed her. 2 days ago, the day before this, she was on the stand virtually through Zoom. And she was like, no, that didn't happen. He didn't push me. I had slipped. And he was very careful with me. He cared for me and he picked me up and he carried me wherever. That only is relevant because Amber had used the Kate Moss quote unquote incident to say that she was fearing that was going to happen to her. But nothing happened to Kate Moss. So what do you think? What are you thinking? What is it that happened to her that you are so scared of? What is it? Nothing?
That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Damn, Camille
different.
nailing it.
Go
Very
in.
different from grandma.
So let's hear from them real
I
quick.
don't like all this damn hugging though in front of the jury. That's a little bit
It's much.
over the top.
That's a little bit too much.
How about that?
Yes.
Thank you.
So that was Camille's piece. Her part was to just give the argument and say what, give the story to the jury that they want the jury to have. So now one of the other lawyers of Johnny is going to come up and go through evidence. This is where it's going to really get interesting. if you're, oh, this is where it's really going to get interesting because we're going to be pulling up pictures and all the stuff that we heard and saw through the trial. So if you missed it, this is where it's going to come out.
She did a great job, though. She did a great job.
Very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who were on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp.
Oh, so I'm not sure why I had this confused. But this is Amber's lawyer. So I guess they do one and one and then they go back. So I was going to do separately. So let's do the first round and then I'll do a separate video for the second round. Getting right back into it.
Claim, but you could fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse.
So let's really quick though, since we're talking about Amber here, and I when I first watched this, it had me worried. Let's pay attention to not what happened and who is in the right and who is in the wrong, but let's pay attention to, okay, what is it that the jury is really looking at, and how easy of a decision is this for them? Because that's really what's gonna, show that it's not that simple. It's just not that simple. I mean,
and there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes, not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was, and their witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice.
Take that.
Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard.
So a quick thing to remember is that Amber's side only has like less than an hour left on the clock. So they've got to get going. So this is going to be a lot quicker. And like I said, this is not they each get to go with another lawyer to continue the closing arguments. And I guess that, they're using the first lawyers to just kind of give the story, and the lead attorneys on each side, no pun intended, from this channel, the lead attorney, but the actual lead attorney on each side, then they will go through the specific evidence, and that's when they'll be bringing out the pictures and the recordings and the videos and all that good stuff.
Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decided to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial.
He's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman.
Johnny want to punch that dude in the back of the head.
Yes, he does.
On the stand yesterday, telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise, to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise. He decided to throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions. Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak about your life that the First Amendment protects. Give Amber Heard her voice back.
Oh, God.
Give Amber Heard her life back. Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Huh.
Thank you, Mr.
So let's check here because I know I heard from the lead attorney and I know I heard from on both sides. I heard from the lead attorney. So I'm very curious where, I mean, again, I know I saw it. So I'm trying to look through here. Maybe they did it and took a break. Maybe I'm on the wrong video. Let's see. We're struggle streaming. So where is this? All right. Maybe, just maybe, there's more to it. Yeah. Okay. So I think this is the one that I was looking for. All right. Let's see. Hold on. Stick with me. Yeah. Because I remember. Okay. So that was the boring part. So now let's get into what we really want to see, the evidence, bringing out the evidence. But, you know, based on what they said, you know, there's a lot. It's clear that Johnny's side is a lot stronger. And, you know, when and that's without bringing out all the evidence again. So when it comes to being able to when it comes to showing the actual evidence. Okay, so we're jumping in here.
One who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above.
That's the judge reading the instructions for the jury. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Oh, that's what he did. He clipped it. I got it now. So we went through and we heard that. Give me a sec. This is him. There we go. All right. So I don't know why he clipped it like that. I knew he was coming up right after him. So now we're going to watch the lead attorney from
They put 2 of them on Camille. Did y'all see when 2 cameras were on my girl? Have her stripped down. Take the mic off. She wired up, Judge. She wired up.
Well, he's wilding out. So yes, this is how it actually happened. It went from her and then straight to Johnny's lead attorney, and this is where he'll be bringing out evidence, and all that stuff. And then I guess I'll just, hey, we'll watch all of it. Whatever.
You got it,
thanks
Ben.
to all of you, truly,
Close it out, Ben.
for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth. And to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the...
I'm really hoping Law and Crime doesn't claim this, Come on, baby. Okay, pauses are good.
We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp.
Come on.
Not the many characters you've seen him play
You got
so
it.
wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called
Come on.
Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was one eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, the physical.
So again, remember that this is relevant because the it would suggest that if Johnny came from a situation where argumentation and violence was part of his life, that however he acted then would be how he's primed to act in similar situations. And then later in life, he gets together with Amber, and now he is, getting in arguments with her. And so he's trying to do the same thing, leave. There was a part of his testimony where it was, I think he said 6 or 7 different rooms where they were arguing and it got too heated. And he was like, hey, I don't want it to get too heated. I don't want it to get there. So I'm going to leave. And that is what set Amber off. She's so... again, I use this word a little bit flippantly, but she's so narcissistic that and this is her recording. She said, you're killing me by leaving. Why can't you just argue like normal people? Whatever that means. And so instead of letting him leave the situation, then she forced him into, having the argument and having the conversation that I didn't want to have, which eventually got more and more and more heated because of how she manipulated and inflamed the situation. It's just, again, the question isn't who was the better partner or who was the worst partner.
Abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house so his 2 children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy. When he was escaping, and he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise.
I've never seen one of those movies.
Challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years.
Great point.
And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back.
That's another great point, because remember, we're talking about 6 years ago. So it's not like he hasn't been doing his thing in 6 years. It's Johnny Depp. And no Me Too's. No Me Too's. So what does that say about the situation? But again, unfortunately, that's not the parameters that the jury is looking at. It is all about the op-ed. It's all about defamation.
On May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That Sure.
Guys,
so lead attorney is about to explain something here that, again, explains exactly why I watch the trial from his channel. There's plenty of places to watch it. But again, I cannot recommend, I mean, there's the trial's over, but there's going to be more trials. Go subscribe to the lead attorney, but listen to what he's about to say. And this is a 20-year attorney. He's retired now, but 20-year divorce attorney with the highest certification that Georgia offers.
this is bad form. We do not object during closing arguments. For us to object during closing arguments, man, that person must have said something super bad. In my I will object during a closing argument maybe twice a year.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying,
That's how rare it
Ms.
is.
Heard lied to you twice.
And then
She
one.
suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of—
Objection, Your Honor. That's
Oh,
not what she testified
that's
to.
exactly
We
what
just
she
discussed that.
testified.
Oh my
Thank you.
God.
They're still at it.
He said it's
Ms.
still
Heard and
in.
her lawyers have
Oh!
spent much of this trial
That's so
talking
bad.
about drugs and alcohol.
That's so
Mr.
bad.
Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be.
So again, this is a great point here that his lawyer is about to make, that so much of Amber's team's position is, look at all the drugs, look at all the drug abuse. And so that must mean that her claims are true. And I'm sorry, but that's just, again, not how it works. That's not how we do
He has
things.
made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser.
Exactly.
Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation. And you know why? And you know that wasn't true. Then, years.
The echo on that
after the
microphone
fact,
is killing
For
me.
the first time, she accused him of raping her.
Mm.
The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did.
Guys, get my likes up, please. We got a bunch of
And
people in
Yeah,
here.
me too, me too, me too.
Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them. She has admitted repeatedly
Oh, so he must
to
have, there's no
physically
way that he
abusing
cut all that out.
Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp.
Great
He's
point.
a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again.
Right.
And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack
Get to the
Sparrow
evidence.
in the movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for 22.
All right, I'm going to skip a little bit.
Your grandma.
But
I'm going to skip a little bit, and we're going to get to where he's actually talking about the evidence. I
It's
realized
not.
actually
And
what happened was that because this is from the Law and Crime YouTube channel, it's probably going to get claimed, but I'm not even monetized, so I don't care. But the lead attorney was using it, and he probably didn't want to repost too much of that. So he probably remade a new video with the footage that we're seeing here from Sky News. So Camille did have a lot of stuff to talk about, and you know what? Fuck it. Let's go back because she did a better job. She was way more interesting. We're gonna go back, and I don't know how it is that we miss that. I don't know how it is that he edited it such that we didn't get any of the evidence. But let's jump right to the good stuff.
You got it, Camille. You got it. Don't worry about it. You got it.
So right from the beginning,
Hey, wait.
I don't know how he did
Camille was
this,
locking up.
but right from the beginning, they had evidence and stuff ready to go.
2 years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career
Oh, maybe not.
until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that
This
there
is
would
what
be
I was
no
trying to get
mistake about
to.
who she was referring to. She inserted
There we go.
2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face, standing outside the courthouse. And they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact.
I knew it was
There is
better
a-
than
there
what
is
we
an
were
abuser in
listening
this
to
courtroom.
before.
Hello.
But it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused.
Facts.
As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified
Johnny.
under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. I know it's a fair fight. It's these how many people believe or sided with.
Got what you asked for.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
So Dr. Curry was one of the doctors on Johnny's side who came in to say that, she actually did, have a lot of mental issues, PTSD not being one of them. So, and specifically PTSD from Johnny not being one of them. So she came into this with a lot of issues. And even though, I am definitely biased in this trial, I am not afraid to admit that. But it is very clear from the testimony itself, not just who I want to win, but it's very clear from the testimony itself that Dr. Curry, the one who was on Johnny's side, was much more cohesive. And what her story, in quotes, her story made a lot more sense than the doctor who was saying that Amber had PTSD from what happened to her with Johnny.
These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval.
Clinks, you still
Fear
here?
of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Don Hughes. Ms. Heard.
So yeah, Don Hughes was just one of the doctors who came in and spoke on Amber's behalf, but was very quickly debunked by Johnny's experts in a way that was a debunking and not just he said, she said. It was very clear that, she was just
self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel.
Let's go. Play that shit.
You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James. Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face.
Ugh.
You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do
Real quick, anybody is a UFC fan? The whole time before this friend, Rocky Pennington, actually testified, I thought they were talking about the Rocky Pennington, who is a UFC fighter. And I was like, yo, are we about to get some UFC action? But different person. My hopes and dreams were crushed.
Best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively.
Was she worth it, Johnny?
You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical.
And what is this? What is the only responsible thing to do? If you are in that position, you're getting an argument, things are getting heated, and you know that there is a record of things getting physical. The only responsible thing to do in that situation is to split, in her words. But That was his greatest crime in her eyes. And that's what kicked all of this off.
Couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Me. Please play it.
Anytime anything goes wrong with split, I feel like it's her first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. We split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing is
'Cause he
thrown
knows.
or hit or anything.
He knows.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would claw at Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to
Where's that
keep him
camera
there.
going?
She would rather be in a fight than have him leave.
Right.
You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms.
She would rather be in a fight than let him leave. She would rather be in a fight than let him
Heard would berate
leave.
him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married.
Damn.
When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do?
And they showed pictures of that finger. And literally, let's see if I can. So from underneath, and let's use a pen. From right here, all the way in to here was gone. It was the nail, and there was bone, and then it was here before the finger was intact. So that's the level of violence and abuse that we're talking about here. It's not just
She
tiddly.
pursued him. She kept coming after him because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to.
Wow.
To
avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape.
working out.
Yes.
to escape.
So 5. This is what I was saying before. 5 different rooms and 2 different bedrooms that he went to, trying to avoid, yes, talking to you, Amber, because he understands what happens when you engage with a person like you. It gets violent, and he lost his finger.
The fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
How manipulative is that? You're escaping a situation, a bad situation, for whatever reason. You have the right to walk away from anybody. Anybody. Your wife, your mother, your whoever. If you're in a situation that you don't feel is safe and is in danger of getting physically violent, then you have a right to retreat. And she's trying to manipulate him and say, no, you're not doing that. You're retreating from the solution. How manipulative can you get?
Escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Wow. 5
You
bedrooms.
heard
and 2
Mr. Depp
bathrooms.
testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day.
Jesus.
And he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote
So that was one of the crazier parts of the trial, where after John, because again, this is where things get screwy on both sides, because they were fighting, and apparently Amber threw a vodka bottle at him, and it shattered, and then caused the injury that I just talked about. Then Johnny took what was left of a finger, dipped it in some paint in her art studio, and started drawing all over lampshades and mirrors and stuff. And then she was responding to the messages that he was drawing in blood and paint, in like lipstick or something on the mirror. Maybe they'll show it, maybe they won't, but crazy.
messages right back to him. She
There you
denied
go.
it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for
So in the black is what it's not helping, but in the black is what Johnny was writing, And then Amber came in, saw that after the fight they had, that this was his response, and responded on the mirror. Responded on the mirror. Is this somebody who you should, like, this is where I go, like, Johnny, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Why did it? I mean, they were only married for 15 months. How does it get this bad in just over a year? And what was it like before that? And how do you not know that you don't want to marry this person and at least get a prenup? This all started because he was like, we should get a postnuptial agreement. And she was like, what? I'm not doing that. I should be in your will. How did you let that happen?
Self. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015.
And where are the people or pictures or anything pointing to Amber's appearance being, not very changed, not invitingly, if we may put it so lightly? None. And again, I'm hoping she'll pull out some pictures. I think I'm going to cut this up to get this is the part that I really wanted to get to. I knew it. I knew they were showing the footage. So if you've been here, I really appreciate it. If you just hopped in, lucky you came in for the good part.
And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad.
Oh.
Ms. Heard would take
Not
the low
her
blows
kids,
and hit him
mind
where
you.
it hurts.
Not her kids.
His children.
Oh my God.
Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner.
Can I just say, I think it's scummy enough if a dude spits at another dude. A woman who spits at you? Ugh. What kind of trash do you have to be to spit on another person, man or woman, but certainly a woman? Ugh. Ugh.
You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp, scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one.
Yep. More pictures than she ever showed.
You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her. And Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door.
That's twice.
I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
For punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted. And
5 times.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
5 times.
And I watched you lie. And
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't.
So this is the big clip that was going around. This is the big clip that is going around and really got to me. This is what made me care so much about this trial.
Across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even
And I do always want to, don't tell me what it feels like to be punched. I'm sorry, that's just funny. But
a lot of fights been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
Oh, when you fucking have a close.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and...
And that's what this is all about for me. The fact that this is how men have been treated in these kinds of situations ubiquitously. I am so very happy that the Me Too movement came along and that women who were being treated in a way that they should not have been treated got a chance to talk about it and fix those things. I am very happy for that. That is exactly what should have happened, and those things never should have happened in the first place. But the fact is that stuff like this has been happening to men forever, and it has simply been a fucking joke. And it's not a fucking joke. Just because you're a man doesn't mean that you deserve any of that. And oh my God, this is just that recording is what really got to me and said, I got to pay attention to this and see how this plays out. Is this really as bad as it seems? And guess what? It's really as bad as it seems. It really is.
You're a fucking baby.
You
You're such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny.
Physical fights?
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did, so I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Jesus Christ.
She's right
Take a
about
minute
one
to
thing.
really think about what you just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording.
Facts.
Let's play one more.
Let's go.
Play them.
Hell yeah.
That takes off too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That's like it's so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you need to do some of the best performances.
No, you're right, John. It's all about performance.
No, I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, I don't.
I don't really know what's going on.
Oh, come on.
I don't regret.
What else? What else other things you want to add
Can't
to your life? Because you're right. Oh, no, I want to know.
Get out, you lose your job.
So I really can't even hear what she's saying, but just as somebody who's been in the position of stupidly dating women like this, just the tone in her voice is saying, oh, were you the same kind of thing in the last clip? Like, oh, you poor baby. Are you a real man? Like, nah. Like as if because you're a man that you can't be hurt by things, that you don't have emotions, which is exactly what the people who are going to attend these Me Too marches are saying. Oh, toxic masculinity, you nah. That's who this is. That is who this is. That's who Amber is. And so, well, I'm glad I'm not on this jury because I could not go into this unbiased. I am absolutely, unequivocally, and unembarrassingly biased for Johnny.
Go get it. Wait, is there no other place for you to run? You're 15 and you have room to go run. Come on, go be a real married man. Who deals with shit the way that a man does? Go run to the next house. Every man does. Go. Run away.
This is the real Miss Heard,
Facts.
the one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Miss Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Miss Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Miss Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Miss Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying.
Is O'Shea in the
His
house?
finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Miss Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Miss Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Miss Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed.
So his mother died the day before, and because he was late to her birthday party, like, okay, I guess 30. I'm 32. I had a 30th birthday and I didn't have a party. But okay, all right, it's 30. If you were 29, if you were 31, I'd be like, get over it. But okay, 30 is a big deal. But he was late, and so what did she do? She shat in the bed like an animal. That is who we're talking about.
Miss Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Miss Heard. He was done. And when Miss Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for a divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Miss Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Miss Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Miss Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Miss Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse.
So Morgan Tremaine was a dude, again, who testified, who works at TMZ. And he was saying that, the whole reason they wanted to bring him in was because they believe that Amber was the one who leaked this video of Johnny freaking out the day after his mother passed away, and her smirking in the video and whatever. First of all, she edited the video. Then she sent it to TMZ. This guy comes in, he's on the stand, and he's saying, look, usually when this happens, we got to do that, and we got to check this, and da-da-da-da. I got this video in 15 minutes. Not only that, but he was saying the original date 6 years ago from whenever this was, the 6 year anniversary from the original restraining order that she filed. He knew, the guy from TMZ knew to go to the courthouse and knew which side of her face to photograph. How would that happen if she was not the one who leaked the video? How? It just doesn't make sense. And she's trying to deny it, but, and the guy didn't.
Side of her face, the alleged bruise was on, and that Miss Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines.
Same way she did when she was on the stand. You may have seen that clip where she's pretending to cry and she brings out the tissue and she goes, and you can see her wait. You can see the flash from the court photographer. And then she puts the tissue away. And it's like, bitch, you know what you're doing. You know exactly.
Miss Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine. But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
Shifty!
In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to two charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Miss Heard from telling the world that she donated everything. Because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word for donated.
Remember, she talked about, I was talking earlier about how in her testimony, she said that she uses the words pledged and donated interchangeably. But those are not synonyms. There's a difference between pledging $7 million and donating $7 million. And she tried to weasel her way around the fact that, well, yes, of course, I pledged the entire thing to them. but did you pay them? She said, yes, I pledged it. And Camille was like, no, not pledged. Did you pay? Well, yeah, I pledged the whole thing. I don't know what I don't understand. What are you asking me? Just asking if you're lying. And you could have just said yes.
And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it.
Perjury.
Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued, but you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money.
And
she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. The divorce was finalized. When she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
Get it, girl. What are we waiting?
There allegedly were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something.
Okay. So this is what started that whole pledge versus donate thing. This is her on, I believe it's a Dutch TV show.
Twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
You mean pledged, not donated, pledged.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization.
Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies.
Wow.
So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting.
Facts.
You saw it.
You did.
Ms. Heard sobbed without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance.
Camille's on that ass.
She told you that what she thinks about. Excuse me. She told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist.
Oh.
She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times.
Can y'all get my likes up, please?
Times.
Can y'all get my likes up?
Over the entire course of the relationship. As Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal, Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time, pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping.
Yeah, so here's a picture.
Pictures of cocaine.
So
pictures
this
of property damage.
Oh, please bring up
pictures
that picture.
Of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time.
So real quick, before if they do decide to bring up that cocaine picture, the picture right here is the one I was talking about earlier, where you can see the pint of ice cream in his hand. And he nodded off and spilled it on himself. But they tried to say that this was vomit, that he vomited on himself. Why? I really hope they bring up that that picture she took of cocaine because
Where are the pictures
so
of the
bad.
horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes?
Facts.
Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none.
Remember, he did extensively and multiple times apologize to her for, the types of fights that they would get in, but he was always apologizing for what he said. And he would say, mean things. We've all been in relationships. You know how that goes. He said mean things. And that's it. That's it. And we're not talking about, a barrage of what he said in his text messages to his friends and to other people. Yeah, that was pretty vile, but it wasn't to her. And if you ask me, any relationship I've been in, when you're mad at the person you're with, you try to be as cordial as you can to get through the whatever's going on. Oh, you go to your boys, you're like, oh, this F and B and da 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 da. Which is what he did. It's just Johnny Depp is a little bit more fanciful with his language than the average person. His best friend was Hunter S. Thompson. What do you expect?
And what you've seen multiple times is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp.
Get him.
Sure, Ms. Heard.
So again, this is what I was just talking about. The fact that Johnny has, spoke in these very fanciful ways and has made apologies and stuff, but it's always, as Camille will go through, about what he has said to her.
Messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp.
Nope.
Because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard.
Preach. Get him, Camille.
Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened.
So again, just as a recap, she had testified that in the early, again, they were only married for 15 months, but in the early stages of their relationship, everything was great. Everything was fantastic. Johnny was this, Johnny was that, all these great things. But later, she came out and kind of retconned that, so to speak, and said that he's always been like this, despite nobody in his romantic past or since having said anything about that, or anybody professionally have any kind of issues with his anger or anything. And the only thing people having to say is issues with his drug abuse, which he openly admitted to. So I don't know what she's looking for.
With the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her.
So let's, come on. Let's get that picture back up there. And let's just think about that. Realistically, there it is. Do we really believe that somebody who is being abused within what they think is inches of their life is going to give that person a knife for a gift? And look at this thing. It's not like a little Swiss Army knife. It's a knife. It's a I don't know the exact size. There's no frame of reference, but it's a knife with a handle. Look at the size of the handle here. This is where your hand goes. So the size of the blade itself, that's a serious knife. You're going to give that to somebody who you think is going to murder you?
Get drunk and high and beat her.
Hasta la muerte.
Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true.
Thanks.
Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards.
Before this comes up, this is the picture that she presented after saying that Johnny Depp, specifically wearing his rings, had, and I'm quoting her, pummeled her so many times that she could not remember how many times she was hit. Imagine, you know what Amber Heard looks like? Imagine what Amber Heard looks like after that happens to her. And you tell me if this matches that. Let's pause it and take a look. There's a bruise, kind of, on her arm. But this is her face. This is her face. It's clean as hell. I mean, what?
A picture of the arm.
And why would
Ms.
you
Heard
take
testified to an incident in Russia.
Why would you take a picture like that?
In the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
This is after a broken nose. Does that nose look broken to you? Does this nose look broken to you?
Wow.
You make up your own mind.
Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken.
Great observation.
Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
Mario World. Thank you, Mario World.
Does that look like an abuse victim? And her the entire time that she was testifying about this stuff, because Camille asked her about all of this. These pictures are being brought up again. Notice how they're not saying I'd like to enter exhibit XYZ 135 into evidence. No, because we've already seen these. And she's already been asked about this. And you know what she said? It's makeup. Makeup. Yeah, I covered it with makeup, obviously. What?
Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress.
Again, picture that in your mind. If you haven't already seen this stuff and you're seeing this for the first time, imagine what she must be. What 150 pounds max, and Johnny is a grown man and angrily kneeling on her back. And she was afraid that he would leave bruises. That's how violent he was with her.
Here's Ms. Heard in that
Does this look
backless
like
dress.
that?
Let's pan it over to the left. We
Yep,
can't see it.
got it.
Guys, I can't crop in on. There we go.
Does that look like somebody who's been through what Amber said she was being through?
We're stealing cable the whole way through.
I'm
Ms. Heard
stealing it from you,
testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had two black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame.
Oh, get on the bed frame.
And in that
What is what am I even looking at? And I'm obviously, again, I've seen this before because I was watching the trial, but this is what this is the evidence that Amber put forward to say that this is proof that Johnny did the things that she's saying. What? What?
There appears to be a pocket knife on the bed.
Facts.
Oops.
And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows.
Mm-hmm. Mind you, she testified that with some of the other pictures, one of the ones that was I'm sure is going to come up because it was clearly edited in editing software, and then you could tell from one of the expert witnesses who testified to the metadata that it was not the original photo. She is very aware of cameras and photos and all of that stuff. You see her all through the trial being very aware of when the camera is on her and posing and looking in a certain way. And if you know what to look for, you see it with the chin up. You want to make sure you get that little, you gotta get rid of that. You want to get rid of it. So you want to look a certain way, make sure you put your hand in a certain way. Look where she's sitting right now. She knows the camera is on her. But we come to a bed that was broken and bloody pillows on this very bed at this very moment, and you don't include the pillows, and you leave a random a pocket knife in the frame. What are we talking about?
And here's what Miss Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day.
Oh boy, yeah, she looks terrible.
Jesus Christ, ain't nothing wrong with
Indeed,
that.
you heard from Miss Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Miss Heard described. Miss Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Miss Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Miss Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Miss Heard to keep her from attacking him?
Yeah.
Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Miss Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle.
Uh-oh.
So, of course, we've got to dive into that. So, apparently, the story from Amber was that they were in an argument. It was getting heated. And then he bent her over a bar, but backwards. And there was broken glass on the bar, and there was broken glass on the floor. And then he took a bottle and assaulted her vagine with it. But not like that. But like that. That's what she said. Then on escaping that, she was crawling on the broken glass, and then she got up and she was walking, and she had cut up feet. And then, the medical records show it. Oh, wait, no, there are no medical records, because what did she do? She took a sleeping pill and went to sleep. There was supposedly broken glass inside of her. There was cuts all up her hands and arms, and her feet were sliced up. And what did she do? She went to bed with no pictures. We've seen all the pictures that we've seen, and there's more to come, but no pictures or evidence or anything of that. And so again, I will say something that I said at the beginning of the stream, that this is not about picture didn't happen. If you don't have proof, then you're lying. No. The fact is that you are very selective with what you are taking pictures of. And if you are taking pictures like that, then it's very convenient for you that all of the things that actually matter, you don't have pictures of. But all this circumstantial stuff, you have pictures of a broken bed with no blood anywhere. You have pictures of a bruise on your arm after you've been pummeled in the face so many times you can't remember. That's what this is about her credibility. Is her credibility something that we can trust? Are these pictures something that represents what we believe represents reality? And I say, no, I don't think so.
She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault.
Sliced up feet.
And what did Miss Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger.
So we saw that a little bit earlier. We saw that when his finger was off and he dipped it in the paint, which again is freaking crazy, Johnny. You're just as crazy as anybody else, but that's not what this is about. But he dipped his bloody stump of a finger into a can of paint and wrote all over the mirrors. And at no point did she show any kind of a concern for what happened to herself or her husband. So again, what is going on? What are we really talking about?
Oh my God.
She took no pictures of herself,
Facts.
her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom.
Exactly, David.
When
Exactly.
Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury. You heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Vladi, who documented no request for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard.
It was not.
Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody...
So again, they're referring to a picture or a couple of pictures that were taken right after that incident where Johnny lost his finger, and there's glass all over the ground. You can see the glass, you can see the blood, and Amber's side tried to claim that, oh, well, there's not enough glass there to make a whole, apparently it was a handle of vodka. Well, there's not enough glass there. And the picture is a, not landscape, portrait mode. Somebody was using the phone the long way. And so you only see a very small piece. And if you've ever done anything with breaking glass, like if you've just dropped a glass, you know that it shatters everywhere. Mind you, if you actually throw a bottle, then of course the glass is not all going to be in one space. What? This is basic physics.
Tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area.
Jesus.
And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around.
So two quick things about the finger. So if, again, the finger, without getting too graphic, was, the nail seemed to be fine. And then it was like, just like that, where it was cut off from here. That was all gone. And then it kind of reattached by here. And one of Amber's expert witnesses said that you would, if what had happened, if what Johnny said happened actually had happened, then because his finger was down, down on a surface like that, that the only way that it could have occurred you would see damage to the top of the nail, and there was no damage to the top of the nail. So, okay, interesting enough. That's an interesting theory. But then you know, the other doctor came in and said, well, yeah, obviously it wasn't just laying like that. You know, obviously he jumped up or whatever, and you know, we saw pictures of the fingers, so that's not fake. But Amber claimed that he lost his finger by taking a phone, a landline phone that was, you know, the old school that was mounted to the wall. And he was angry, and he took the receiver and he was bashing it into the wall, and that caused the loss of his finger. You tell me which one is less likely.
You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers, the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in.
Look at those rings.
The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events.
So remember, the whole thing about the stairs was that Amber believed that the rumor of Johnny Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs in the 90s was true. So she thought whatever was going on, Amber thought that Johnny was going to take Amber's sister Whitney and throw her down the stairs like he supposedly did to Kate Moss, which Kate Moss testified that did not happen. And because Amber was afraid of that happening, she attacked Johnny in defense of her sister. Now, I'm willing to be fair. I didn't really hear of this Kate Moss rumor at the time. Like I said, I was born in 89, so in the early 90s, I would not have been paying attention to stuff like this. And if, they said that Kate Moss has never gone on record as saying anything before this trial. So let's give Amber the benefit of the doubt in this one situation where maybe she thought, again, they're getting toxic and they're fighting with each other. Maybe she really did think that. But that doesn't really lead. That's one instance. What about the rest of everything else? That's one instance that has a semi-believable explanation. She's it.
And the only witness other than Ms. Heard who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp.
So again, just more evidence of everything that she is proclaiming going in the complete opposite direction. She was the abuser. She was the one who was doing everything wrong in the situation. And yes, she took Johnny to a place where he made decisions to say and do things that he shouldn't have done. Fine. But it was her. It was her. And again, the legal aspect is what scares me, because when it comes to, we're not talking about who was the wrong one in the relationship. We're talking about, did the Washington Post op-ed defame Johnny's character? And it's the jury could go either way. They really could. I don't know what.
Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's 2 middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner.
Shiner.
And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard had shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Dumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation.
Manipulation.
This is where,
These
okay,
two photographs were taken.
let's pause this. This is exactly where the entire trial was upended, in my opinion, because we had somebody who was in the you missed some, but we're getting right into the juicy stuff. So this picture on the left here was the one that was submitted originally, and you can't see what's right here, but you can see that this is the same picture as this. These two are the same pictures. And when you look at this one, maybe she got some morning puffiness or whatever. But again, I hope they move it over. When you look at this one, then it looks very red clearly because of a filter. Even look at the color here versus here. It's a filter. It's not like different light. It's the same picture, but she faked it. She faked it.
She faked it. Time and have the exact same file name, but they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light, but there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th.
Facts. See.
And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
Look at them laugh.
And again, I think they're going to move. They might move it, but if they don't, again, this is the day after she had a picture. And again, right here, she had a picture sitting outside the courthouse, getting her restraining order with a giant bruise on her face. Then remember that she talked about the bruise kit. I mean, not a bruise kit, just makeup. What do you think? Fake? Real? I think it's fake. I think she's a faker. That's just me. Moving on.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible.
Did you take Camille?
You can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse.
Facts.
Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colbert, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon,
all
Officer
these
William
people,
Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is a story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence, weight of that evidence, shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse.
Two
For Ms.
views.
Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm.
She'll talk about
And to talk
anything
more about that, I'm
that
going to
Johnny's
turn it over
open
to
to
my
talk
colleague
about.
and my friend, Mr. Chu.
Shout out to Camille.
So
Shout out to Camille.
that was what I was looking for. So give me 1 second here, and we're gonna skip through the stuff that we already saw. But absolutely, yeah, Cluke 115. Oh, no doubt this chick lying out her ass 24/7, except when she talks about Johnny issues that he can admit to. Exactly. It was all about, and we're gonna see again that I was gonna split this up, but based on how the beginning went and how that was all clipped up, we're just gonna go through the whole thing. We're just gonna go through the whole thing, and I'll clip it up later. But we're gonna see exactly how her side tries to make it seem like they have a case. They just don't. You know, everything that they have to say has to do with Johnny's words or the fact that Johnny does drugs or this or that. And it has nothing to do with the reality of the situation and whether or not Johnny actually did anything to this woman. All right, so I skipped ahead a little bit, and we are back with Johnny's lead attorney. We had started to watch his stuff before, but then I realized that the lead attorney whose stream we are watching, he had clipped up what originally he streamed in this stream. He clipped it up because the Law and Crime YouTube channel is likely to copyright this, and so I'm not monetized, so as long as they still show it, I don't really care. But he switched it out. So we were watching something before that was basically just the boring parts, but we're getting back into the good stuff. So jumping back in.
At the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
That was
unquote.
the title of the op-ed.
Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, "Imagine a powerful man is a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise," unquote.
That's a great analogy, though.
Hollywood.
That is a great analogy. And sadly, it's being so horribly misused. Because in this analogy, and I'm taking their words. I'm not that good. But in this analogy, Johnny is the Titanic and Amber Heard is the iceberg. And she's claiming that everybody is clamoring to save the Titanic, not because they care about the Titanic, but because they care about their own well-being and they want to live. But it's very clear that there are situations where there are Titanic-like people. You know, again, the Harvey Weinsteins, the Jeffrey Epsteins, the Bill Cosbys of the world. Those people who have the crew around them, who are, you know, going headfirst into the iceberg, pun intended, going headfirst into the iceberg, and do have the crew who's scrambling to save them. When really, what actually happened with the actual Titanic is that they didn't mean to hit the iceberg. They didn't see the iceberg, and it was a mistake. And so to stand on the shoulders and to kneel on the backs of actual victims and actual survivors of this type of, again, I'm trying to dance around it, this kind of behavior for her own enrichment, both monetarily and with attention and social credit and all of the virtual signaling, all that good stuff. That's what she's doing here. But she's standing on the backs of actual real survivors and real victims to do it. So if you think that I'm just coming at this because I'm some misogynist and I just want to, oh yeah, girl go down there, that's what you think, go ahead and think that, because you're not smart enough to understand what I'm really doing here. But if you can see past that, and you can see that this is about far more, this is about justice, this is about reality, and this is about actual equality. Not the type of equity equality that some people are looking for, but actually being treated equally under the law. That's what this is about.
And everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp.
Facts.
And Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the outfit. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016. Ms. Vasquez said that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post.
So that's an important point, that she doesn't have to have personally written anything for defamation to have occurred. What I'm worried about is the fact that he's not named, and I'm worried that the jury will take that as enough to say, hey, she was just talking about her experiences. She was just talking about her truth. I'm worried about that. Cluke 115 again says Amber Heard is just a dime a dozen crazy ex, only with a more public platform to have to manage her image with. And it's failing miserably. You are absolutely correct, brother. She is not looking good. Well, I mean, she's looking pretty good, but other than that, I don't know, you know? Not
and let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Ben is on that ass.
Ben's on that ass.
Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page.
So this is pretty much where we left off before.
And she proudly declared, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post,
visuals now.
ellipsis, unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere.
So Johnny's side is arguing that because she retweeted this this title and this byline with her name in it and specifically saying the actual violence, work with me here, that she's responsible for the defamation, even if she didn't personally write the op-ed. She shared it and didn't say anything like, hey, this title is not really accurate. And so by being complicit with that, they're saying she is complicit with the defamation. Now, Amber's side is saying, look, she didn't, other than, you know, like taking a picture of the paper version, there's no other way to share this op-ed than to use that. And if the editors are writing the byline and writing the headline, that's not on Amber. And again, that's kind of a scarily poignant point. Could be, you know, what gets
in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet. She posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights.
Remember, she
Unquote.
pledged,
Aggrandizing herself
but didn't
at the
donate.
expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, a public figure representing abuse. And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the
Once
villain in the drama,
again,
the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it?
Click on 5. Oh, with the mega pledge. I gotta pause that. That is hilarious. The mega pledge. Because again, as I was saying earlier, in Amber's testimony in the cross-examination, when Camille Vasquez was cross-examining her, she's like, you didn't actually donate to the ACLU and the whatever children's hospital. She's like, no, yeah, I pledged $7 million. I pledged the whole $7 million. Like, yeah, but you didn't donate. She's like, yeah, I pledged. What do you mean? And it's like, oh, come on. Like, lemon pledge is not the same thing as donating money to children.
Tom, might please blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard.
It's not just you. I can't
There are
say
three
shit.
pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the three defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim.
3.0 likes, please. 3.0
You've heard
likes.
those three statements many
Please.
times,
Thank you.
but they bear repeating. I promise.
Can I get 5
here.
likes?
One, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote.
So those are the 3 statements that specifically that the jury is supposed to look at and use those to determine the defamation. And it's, I'm sure they'll go over it, but it's like, did she knowingly publish something that was untrue? Did she, I don't know. I don't remember exactly what it was, but those are the 3 statements that they're looking at that will really make or break this case in one way or the other. So I'm hoping they see
now,
it
there are 7
as I do.
questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr.
This
Depp?
is, yeah.
3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence.
Facts.
And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation.
And again, this Johnny Depp is somebody who could be compared to the compensation of a Jason Momoa or a Chris Pine or a Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot? I think it's Gal Gadot. But I feel like it's Gal Gadot. Either way, Wonder Woman. Not Amber Heard. Amber Heard cannot be compared to these people because those people are leads. Those people lead a franchise. They are the stars of the franchise, not just the chick who's on the side, which is what Amber is. I mean, if you've seen Justice League and you've seen Aquaman, you know that they'll be fine without her. But try to take Jason Momoa out of Aquaman. How's that going to go? Is that the same situation? You tell me. You tell me.
But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation.
Thanks.
And freeing him from the prison in
Yes.
which he has lived for the last 6 years. And it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for
This
Mr.
is the
Depp,
part.
the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2.
This is the part that I actually kind of got a little moved by, and I was like, wow, 6 years. This man has been in public as or been seen in public as some horrible monster because of what she has said. And Clue comes back with Depp is worth more than everyone except Pine out of those choices anyway. He just got slandered at the wrong time, and we all know that Hollywood has no love for anything but money. Facts, brother, and that's exactly why we're here today. The Pirates. I like I said, I've never seen a Pirates movie, but I am definitely gonna watch. Oh, sorry, Morty, I just kicked my dog. My bad. Sorry, bud. I've never seen a Pirates movie, but I certainly am going to watch it after all this is going on. I've been stuck actually watching the trial, and so that I could bring you guys the highlights and talk about what's going on. But I'm definitely getting into Pirates after this. But yeah, they were saying that the $50 million that he's suing for is representative of the fact that he didn't get Pirates 6. So how is Amber coming back with $100 million for anything? You are not worth $100 million, baby girl. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. But, do you?
4 on the verdict form.
Mega pledge. What we got here? Are we done? Is this guy done?
And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her remarriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have.
Kluke is out here spitting facts because she's a woman and she wants his livelihood. The amount is irrelevant to her. Irrelevant to her intent to destroy every aspect of his life in full. You are absolutely correct. She is vindictive, and she may not have the money that she wishes she had. And so, okay, she wants money for sure. She's gold digging bitch. Like, it is what it is. But Kluke is absolutely right that whether it was 5 million or 500,000 or 50 million, she would absolutely be here to scorn this man because of the way that him simply existing and not bowing and kowtowing to what exactly she wanted him to do at the moment that she wanted to do it. He deserves to have his life destroyed, every aspect of his life in full. That's what she thinks. And usually the law would be on the side of that woman. Again, that's why this case is so important. whether Johnny wins or loses, it's important because all of us are now getting to see all of the evidence and everything that went on as far as we can without actually being there, and see that, oh, wow, it's not just that, it was kind of rocky. Like, no, she initiated all of this bullshit. She admitted to abusing him. She admitted to hitting him. She admitted to so much. She is on record teasing him and taunting him about going to the legal system and what a jury and judge would think. Finally, we have somebody willing to take this seriously, as it should be.
Tom, if you would please pull up.
Well said, Kluke. Well said.
409 and 411, if you could put them side by side.
Mega pledge.
And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour.
Facts.
On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can.
Can y'all get me to 3.0 likes?
Were each of the statements false?
3.0.
And did the statements
He's asking for 3,000. I'm asking for 5.
on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is
5
yes.
likes.
The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order.
Daniel
against Mr.
Mata,
Depp
if you're in the chat, thank you for subscribing.
Clearly implied that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard.
Thank you, guys.
The overwhelming evidence that all have heard, and it's come forward in this case, shows that those allegations are false and despicably false.
All right, so we got through this part a little bit earlier, and right now, basically all he's doing is reading the instructions on how this is going to go. So I'm going to jump back into the Amber side's closing arguments. So we already heard this dude, ramp up. But we hadn't gotten to him presenting any evidence or anything before I had skipped back to the good stuff with Camille. So we may have missed a little bit, but we understand his story, and we just want to see the good stuff. So
has gone through. So let's talk about that, and to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law.
Oh, that's a good cut right there. That's a good cut right there. Right into the juiciness.
Op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focus on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of the trial is not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article. Let's try this again.
Yeah, your mic is not on.
This is one of the jury instructions.
Come on, guys.
And I've been so
everybody
looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes.
So again, this is the part that got me a little shooketh. I was watching all of the, all of this, all the testimony, all the witnesses, all that stuff, and we got to the closing arguments, and we saw all of this stuff from Camille, the beauty in the white dress, and homeboy who just came, homeboy who we just were listening to, who just finished up, and I was like, oh yeah, they got this, like done, game over. But there's two sides to every story. And as biased as I am, listening to this, I was like, oh, I don't know. So, I mean, it's the law
is. You have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp. And you can decide that in the context of the article.
Again,
I'll get to the arguments that Mr.
all
Depp raised on that in
these
a minute.
need to be
You
true.
also have to find that the statement is false.
All of them.
And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins.
That, again, is a scary thought. The burden of proof is on Johnny to prove that all of the things that he said happened, or that none of the things that she said happened didn't happen. So all of the burden is on his side. And that's scary because, you know, with the presumption of innocence, and, you know, I'm a free speech absolutist. I believe that you should be able to say some bullshit. Like, full stop. You should be able to talk shit. But obviously, you know, when it comes to the law, I do agree with the limitations on free speech, where, you know, defaming people, calling for violence, that kind of stuff. Obviously, not obviously, but I do agree that those limitations should be.
If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements,
it's scary.
Under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements?
All
the
6.
7-1 for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that.
Can he, though?
These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So
3 statements. 3 statements. So all of this that we know from looking at the evidence and watching the testimony and seeing that, oh, she was definitely lying about that. Oh, she said this happened, but she doesn't have any pictures. None of that matters. That's what's so fucking scary, is that none of that matters. If the 3 statements that he's about to talk about can be validated, she wins. That's it. And it's terrifying.
The first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true.
You know what they say, Kluk? Kluk says she only wins if the jury turn off their brains, jail the lying hoe for perjury, and admitting to physical abuse of his spouse. I agree with you. But what's the old saying about jury duty? Do you want to leave your fate in the hands of 12 people who didn't know how to get out of jury duty? So, I mean, the idea is it's a jury of your peers, but there is a somebody in the chat from the lead attorney. Again, go check out the lead attorney's channel in a new tab or after this. Great channel. And thank you for providing all of this. But in the chat, somebody was reporting from somebody who was in the courtroom, and the jurors are mostly Asian. I think 6 out of the 12 jurors are Asian. I think 3. I don't remember. I think it was only 3 or 4 men. I could be wrong, but and let me not say that. But my point is that the jury could very well turn off their brains. And again, when we get down to, okay, what are they actually looking at? It's not about who was a better partner. It's not about did Amber abuse him or not. It's about, are those 3 statements something that are true?
Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the
put her
First
name
Amendment,
on it.
the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. Y'all know that.
Let me interrupt right quick. Shout out to Bill Reed. You see him down here. Thank you so much, Bill Reed, for this and the PayPal. But he brings up a great point. And this is what I noticed too. Both Camille and Ben were reading their closing word for word, which is fine.
Again, I just want to include this because the lead attorney has given some fantastic commentary on this. So I'm just gonna. I was about to skip it, but I'm gonna let him go.
I suppose they did a great job. This attorney, though, Rottenborn, he has his notes, of course, to keep him on track, but he's not reading. And actually, I prefer this. And I didn't want to say anything, but since Bill Reed noted it, I wanted to note it for y'all too. We attorneys, we notice this. We notice if you're reading or if you are kind of really connecting with the jury, just talking to them more conversationally. Great point, Bill Reed. All right, let's get back to it.
It would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered.
Thank you, lead attorney.
Over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4, designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it.
Again, so that makes things a little muddy. The fact that he is not mentioned, they are arguing that she is simply sharing her experience. And if other people figure out that she's talking about Johnny, then that's not defamation. It's only defamation if she is specifically targeting him. And in my opinion, she did just that. In my opinion, she targeted him. And I think there's enough here. There's enough in the op-ed, and there's enough in the evidence and testimony of this case to say that it is clear that she was trying to defame him with this. But again, it falls in the lap of the jury.
If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends.
And again, that's a great point. That is a good point. And that's why I was sitting there listening to Johnny's lawyers, and I'm like, yeah, we got this. And then this.
Design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's the only evidence presented about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences, own her story after Johnny Depp, and fit those into what other women experience what other people experience having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about.
Look at her.
There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This is a hit piece.
Is it or isn't it? It's kind of a hit piece on Johnny. But again, that's what the whole trial is about. That is what we're here to
On
decide.
Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018 said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath." A few points here. Number one, this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh fact, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that they're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contained something that had nothing, that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says opinion Amber Heard.
All right, so we've seen this already. Let's get to, we got MF here saying when your lead attorney starts crying, you know you've won. That's how it was looking after their closing arguments. But now seeing the parameters, it's not about who was good, who was bad, who was what, and who abused who. It's about the article. And again, that's what scares me. We got Kluke 115. Excuse me. It's almost like people can read between the lines and recognize intent without it being spelled out, like an episode of Dora. When I first read that, I thought it said Daria. I don't know how old you are, but shout out if you know who Daria is. Yeah. I hope that you are right. I hope that the jury doesn't need it spelled out as, and spoon-fed to them. That, okay, well, since it didn't say Johnny's name, I guess, it's not about Johnny, or maybe that, and give the win to Amber. I think, thankfully, because of Amber's own testimony, her defamation claim against Johnny, I don't think they officially threw it out, but there's no way she's winning that. But the $50 million going towards Amber is still on the table. And again, I think we all here understand how ridiculous that would be, but we are not the jury. And the more I hear of Amber's lawyers, it's harder and harder to believe that the jury's not swayed by this, especially the fact that they are hearing this after what they heard. This is the last thing that they're going to hear from either legal team before they go into deliberation on Tuesday. So it's
spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way.
So again, if Johnny's argument hinges, which somewhat hinges upon her retweeting of the article being complicit in the defamation that's in the article, then that goes towards her side or his side. But what they're arguing is that all she did was retweet what was already written, and she didn't personally write the op-ed, and she didn't title the op-ed. So the only way to share it was to share what was there. She couldn't share a different version. But I would personally say that that's not enough. I would say that if your name is on an article that's like, hey, this dude abused me, and you're going to retweet that article and just talk about how there is abuse in your life, that you have a bit of a responsibility to be like, by the way, I know it might seem like it's this guy, but it's not. But of course, then we go through the whole trial and we find out that she is talking about Johnny. And she is lying about Johnny. But that's not what was in the article. That's not what was in the article. And that's what counts. And so,
and the jury instructions that you have, we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. Added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write.
Look at Johnny's face.
But here we are. Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining those statements are true and been protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case and he's suggesting he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time.
That's scary.
And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about.
Financial abuse?
Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they referenced, his mother called him one-eyed because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one-eyed by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one-eyed worse than what he did to Ms. Heard? Absolutely not. You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that abuse can take many forms. And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Ms. Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Ms. Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Ms. Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life, in their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in a household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it?
She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hand.
I don't think so. Kluk here is coming with more fire. Financial abuse is probably just making her pay for half a dinner sometimes. Not even, because if you didn't catch the rest of the trial, not only was she living in one of his penthouses, in Johnny's penthouses, but her sister and her sister's boyfriend then moved in, and he was paying for everything. So nary a dinner did she pay for. So financial abuse, the audacity. I guess what they're referring to is that lady who said that Amber Heard should get paid like Jason Momoa or Chris Pine. But I mean, I guess you could call that financial abuse if it were real. But since it's not, then I don't
Mr. Depp.
think
And
you
he's
can.
trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or not physically, abusive to Miss Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Is
So let's
it
look at some of that
though?
evidence. And like I
Is it though? Is it though? And again, that's a real question. Is it really that crazy to think that one time he got physical with her? I don't think that's crazy. I don't have an active belief that it happened, but I don't think that it's crazy.
said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth, his own words, or the word with his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Miss Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be. And that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead.
Jesus.
Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remember Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, I don't write like that. This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read. And he immediately said, I didn't write that text, even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic. That's how we bookended their relationship.
Honda Civic.
And that's where, again, it gets a little muddy because those are I don't know many people who talk the way that Johnny Depp talks. And those texts about burning and drowning and then all that stuff sound very much like Johnny Depp. Now, I made the case in an earlier video where I was going through that part of his actual testimony that, again, we've all been there. We've all been in the situation where we are saying things we don't mean, or we're being hyperbolic because we're in that, type of a mental state. But he claimed it wasn't him, and it was definitely him. Cluke 115 says, fails to prove he never abused her? What kind of backward shit is that? It's her claim that he abused her. All he's doing is suing her ass for saying he did with little to no evidence. And I agree with you that it's tough because, again, we can be biased, but we can't be thrown by our biases. And the fact is, free speech is a cornerstone of our society. A cornerstone of society. And so if the law by the books was not broken, no matter how horrible of a person she is, and no matter how horrible the things she did are, then she's not guilty of breaking the law that she's being accused of breaking. And so that's what I'm saying. All they need, the burden of proof is on him because it's a defamation case. So he has to prove that he was in fact defamed. Innocent until proven guilty. She is innocent until she is proven to be guilty. And that proof comes in the way that, or is broken by any one single example of Johnny being abusive towards her. Click 115 again says, I can't imagine what Amber Heard would do if she was subjected to an old school Call of Duty lobby. For real. Like, remember when mean words were just like words and it didn't actually equal violence? I miss that world. I miss a world where you could say things and they were just things that you said. But we don't live in that world anymore.
Well, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Ms. Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global
I will.
She's going to get it.
If they
She says,
show
I'll
it.
stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. It's one of the only promises to Mr.
Again, takes the gift of breath from her. Like, come on, Johnny, you wrote that shit. Ain't nobody else writing like that. Come on. And, you know, I mean, that if that's his downfall, I don't know if we'll ever know. But if that's his downfall, that the jury really believed that he wrote those texts, and by him denying that he wrote them, they're extrapolating that, okay, he's lying about this, so he's lying about everything else. That could be his downfall. It really could. And that would be very sad. That would be very sad.
Or that Mr. Depp has ever kept.
She's still alive.
That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it.
What are you talking about?
That's
Now,
a great point. Wait, we got to run that back.
fine.
We got to run that back because he just said that he would take, like we said, he would take the breath out of her. And then homie says it's the only promise that to Miss Heard that Johnny Depp kept. And then Lee's like, what?
Or that Mr. Depp has ever kept.
She's still alive.
That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it.
What are you talking about?
Now, Ms. Heard did testify on the stand.
shout
Mr.
out
Depp
to
abused her
Lee.
countless times. First, it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return. You heard about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012, when Ms. Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. She said, and he slapped me across the face. I thought it was a joke. And then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, I thought I put.
Do you want me to back that up and read that?
Done it
Drop a comment if you do. Otherwise, I'm just
That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence. But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice.
All right, rewind.
What he called Ms. Heard.
Because you're fucking cunts!
Oh my god. She is a fucking cunt. That's exactly what she is. I'm sorry. I was not expecting that. That was hilarious. That was the whole clip?
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get
That
on the
was the whole
stand
clip.
and say that that was Ms. Heard's term. She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him, and she was nagging him. She didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have
What's going
a
on
beer
here?
once in a while. That's what he's
That was interesting. Did we see that?
implying. But no, this was a term.
So let's see what's going on with this. So this is, I can't see what is from. So let's see what it says.
Created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, I thought I put the monster away. And after he said,
okay, so this is Johnny speaking. Thank you, my dear Jerry. I don't know who Jerry is. Very, very kind, mate. We have been perfect. All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever. Love you, brother. So I don't know who he's talking to, but he is saying that there is this notion, this thing of the monster that has been referred to many times throughout the trial, and refers to the personality that Johnny takes on when he's in the throes of his addiction. So again, it just talks about the fact that he has drug issues, and the monster was never specifically talked about with violence. And to me, that just says, somebody was asking about how their relationship is, and he's like, yeah, it's great. All I had to do was stop doing drugs. That's what this says to me. So I don't know what else.
Here on the stand, under oath, and told you that she made that term up. We look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, thank you, my darling Kipper. He says, I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within.
Again, that doesn't say anything about violence. That says to me about addiction.
He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, she thinks my Peruvian period, which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine, has made me a monster and that I'm ruining the relationship. Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about, is it, brother? We're talking about domestic violence. That's not the same thing as drug use. As much as you are trying to make that stretch, those two things are different things. Sorry.
He says, need to discuss the news helicopters. Monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster.
Shady.
Let's see the monster in the flesh.
All right, so I might have to. So this, I think they're about to show the video with the day after Johnny's mom had passed away, and he's angry and pushing things around. So I'm going to mute little pieces of it because everybody's getting flagged because TMZ owns it. Thanks to Amber, who released this video, according to the TMZ guy, who would not have been able to get it in 15 minutes had it not come straight for the source. But yeah, I'm going to try to not get flagged because I don't care. I'm not monetized. I don't care if this is demonetized, but if they block it, then that's 3.5 hours of wasted.
Oh, God. Here we go.
So that's her. He smashed around. Smashed around the cabinets.
This is going to get demonetized twice now.
Okay, so then
TMZ owns that because Amber sold that video to TMZ, and now TMZ is going to copyright TMZ copyrights any YouTube video that plays this. I was slow. Oh well. Law and crime.
And then she said, "What?" She said, "What happened this morning?"
Nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice.
She said, "We're not even fighting this morning."
You?
Something.
I don't think so.
Checking the camera.
You want to see crazy? Don't get this fucking crazy.
He tries to block the camera.
Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you got this. You got this going. Oh, really?
Got this going.
See that shit on me?
No, I didn't. You were smashing shit.
He should have flushed it. Shout out to Mr. Mustachio. Thank you so much, Mr. Mustachio, for supporting the whole.
So that was the TMZ video that came directly from Amber, unless somehow she took the video and then 15 minutes later somebody else gave it to TMZ. But TMZ owns that, so I tried to mute and stuff, but I tried to fill you in. But we got Kluk here says one angle that isn't being considered is the vast majority of the things Depp was addicted to are recreational and usually not agitators. Doing lines on Amber's ass, I doubt would make Depp abusive. I do agree with that. However, that's not completely correct because he was very much addicted to coke and MDMA, but he had a lot of issues with opiates. So the pictures we saw before with him nodding out, the picture of him with the ice cream spilled all over him, he was addicted to opiates. So there was oxycodone or Roxicet or whatever it is. That was my drug of choice back in the day. So I very much recognize the fact that he was nodding out. But again, it doesn't, the aspect of it being an agitator, I would put cocaine closer in that category. But if you are in the throes of an opiate addiction and you've got an Amber Heard in your life, then maybe the drugs aren't the agitator and Amber is the agitator, but you combine the two things and it's not going to lead to good things. So I definitely take your point, but there was other drugs that were not recreational. They mostly talked about alcohol, which in, when you're drinking to that level is not, I wouldn't consider it recreational. If you're you're having whiskey for breakfast, as he was doing, he was drinking a whole bottle of wine. It was that morning. She was like, "Did you drink this whole bottle of wine already?" And again, she could have easily just been saying that for the camera. But my point is that they were not all just recreational drugs. Then MF comes in with, by the end of next week, all Amber will have left is Elon's baby and child support. Oh my Lord. I am a strict atheist, but I hope to the whatever lords are out there that he wrapped it up. If the next genius of society comes out of Amber Heard, we are all fucked. We are all fucked. Let's keep going.
Thanks.
Her laughing in that? She's not laughing in that.
She's not laughing in that? She's not laughing in that? That's because she cut out the part where she was laughing and snarking, as said by the TMZ guy who got the video. Testified. She was snickering in the video, just not that part of the video, because that obviously wouldn't help her case. So why would she submit something that wouldn't help her? She cut up the video and then submitted it. Like a bitch.
Right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th.
Who does that? Exactly. In some of her testimony, Amber was literally like, "What survivor of domestic abuse would do da 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 da?" I'm like, yeah, exactly. Nobody would be a survivor of domestic abuse and do the things that you did. So what does that say, Amber? What does that say? That maybe you're not really the victim you say you are. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
16, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal.
Person you love?
That is abuse.
That's how you treat somebody you love? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse.
Hold on. What did he just say? This is about the cumulative effect of their relationship. I thought that specifically was not what this trial was about. Because if we're going on the entire context, Amber loses. So be very careful with what you're saying, homie. Because again, if it's down to who was worse in the relationship, Amber loses. That's not what this trial is about. So your girl's got a chance. Be very careful with your words. I would not have phrased things that way.
And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of.
Yes,
she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Ms. Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ.
I don't know about you guys. I don't fly that often, but I went to UFC 272. Was it 272? When Colby fought Masvidal in Vegas. And I took a JetBlue flight. I just, it was what was the cheapest. And they had Wi-Fi on that flight. So as far as I understand, she is flying private through Johnny's shit. So I don't really know what that's supposed to mean. Cumulative effect from Kluke115. Again, thank you so much for your contributions. Cumulative effect of their relationship. It only takes one instant of abuse for Depp to lose. Exactly. Speaking out of both sides of his mouth. That is, I'm going to keep that up there as we keep going, because that is, those are two conflicting statements. It cannot be the cumulative effect of their relationship, and also be based on whether or not one instance ever happened. That cannot, those both cannot be true. They're mutually exclusive.
She never
Let's keep
leaked
that up
anything
there.
to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public?
Amber.
Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse. Amber
Look
was the
at that
abuser.
face.
Every
What
single
is that? What is that? Oh my God. The acting. And again, she had this face the entire time that she was on the stand, and not nary a tear. Did I already use that phrase? But not a single tear came down her face the entire time. Not a single tear. She was crying. Crocodile tears all the way. Crocodile tears.
You have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken the...
Come on. All right. So if there are these forms that you have to fill out to say that to act, and it says during the last 21 days, have you been exposed to any blah, blah, blah? Or question 4, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? A, prescription drugs or health treatments, or B, illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. Do we really think that everyone in any movie can pass this? Come on. Half the trial was about how he was doing blow with Paul Bettany, and unless that's the reason why he wasn't in Multiverse of Madness, spoiler alert, then I'm pretty sure that this is just some bureaucratic red tape shit that everybody has to do, and obviously you check no, and I mean,
legal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's.
So it says, just trying to get over my shocking discussion with Vanessa that lasted 5+ hours. I feel ill and have invested my guts into some side corner. Now, Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit it, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. Come to Master in Main. That's part of their thing. So again, I'm not exactly sure who Vanessa is. But Lily Rose is his Johnny's daughter. And you can see that he is not happy about the fact that he's caught in the throes of his addiction again. But at no point have I seen anything that suggests that the monster is not simply that. His addiction. His manifestation of his addiction. I'm still looking for that, and I haven't seen it.
Role as a father. This is what he sent.
AV in the house.
A text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa.
Shout out to 87 Power, law student here.
There goes our guy, taking a nap.
This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during a press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013, when Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high.
So what?
And she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom.
I mean,
this is Mr. Depp.
Wow.
This is Mr. Depp.
So again, this is what we were talking about, Kluk, when we were saying that all his drugs were recreational. This is him nodding off on opiates. But again, as we can clearly see, this is a pint of ice cream, and she tried to testify that this was vomit, that he had vomited all over himself. And I mean, it's not that hard. You don't have to do very much of these drugs to get in that state. I am not speculating. I'm telling you from experience. You don't have to do much. And the fact is that, again, we're still looking for the through line from the monster and the addiction to violence. We see that the monster and the drugs are connected. We see that. But what we're looking for, and again, this is their closing argument. This is their big finale, bringing out everything that they've already showed you to remind you. None of this is new in terms of the trial. But this is the best they have to show that he abused her. What? This is a guy asleep, nodded off because he's having a good time on vacation. What's the problem?
And all you hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance.
Yeah, because it's funny. He was fucked up. That's just funny as hell.
Blaming Ms. Heard for taking this picture up, for trying to help.
Trying to help. How exactly?
So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one.
How exactly is taking pictures of him while he's asleep helping him? How? Because she made the argument that she wanted to show him how bad he was because he didn't see what was going on. But clearly that didn't go anywhere. That didn't do anything. That didn't get him into any kind of rehab or anything. And he stated, I don't think it was in court elsewhere, that he's very much fine with, the way he lives his life. So if you're not happy with it, bitch, then get out of there. You could have gotten out of there with the $7 million without lying. You were entitled to that money. You were entitled to $7 million. But I guess that's just not enough for Amber Heard. She's got all that makeup that she needs to,
In March 2013, talk about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine.
Oh, bring that picture
that
up.
Might have been March, sorry, that
bring
was March
that
22nd.
Fucking picture up.
On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her.
Blood on the wall?
We'll come back to this in a minute.
This picture.
March 22nd.
So this was pointed out by, I believe it was Camille. I don't know if you guys have any familiarity with cocaine or doing drugs. And I think they cut it out of this picture. But what I didn't even notice is if you look at the lines here, they're clearly cut out. There's 3 lines here, and they definitely cut the picture out because I know for sure it was 4 lines. But so you can see the 3 lines here. But look how clean the table is around that. Unless this is the best cocaine in the universe, if he had been up all night, this is a breakfast picture. She testified that he had been up all night doing drugs. And if he had, then you would see residue from that cocaine all in this area. Because even though you snort the line, there's still residue that's left over. And when you're chopping it up, it gets chopped into the, so there's 4 lines here. I didn't see that one, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4. The card is clean. And then somewhere else in the picture that is not in here, there is an ashtray. And again, if you know anything about doing cocaine, then even if you don't smoke, you want a cigarette when you do cocaine. And the ashtray that was supposed to be pictured here has no ashes and 1 single full cigarette. Again, if you've ever been up all night doing cocaine, then that ashtray would be full. Chain smoking.
This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again,
that's what she
totally
needs to
abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Ms. Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner. And he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards
And again, even if that's the case, so the fuck what? Who cares?
Documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car, and he's howling like an animal, Ms. Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse.
Of Amber or the dog?
Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Ms. Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in that case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Ms. Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Depp, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp was the one who testified.
So I'm recapping the closing arguments from the trial. This happened on Friday. So yesterday. And we're just going through, and if you had missed the trial, this is a good way to catch up with everything that happened, because closing arguments are great for when they're putting everything together, putting all the evidence out on the table.
That when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water.
But I'm live.
I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Depp who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see them again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Ms. Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see them again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Ms. Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out and underneath a hammock, and his son Jack found him there.
For the holiday weekend, they're taking the holiday weekend, and then on Tuesday morning, that's when the case goes to the jury. Click again, says sparkling water. Yeah, for real. Got him. Come on now. There we go.
She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Ms. Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Ms. Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Ms. Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Depp and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left that meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Ms. Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Depp testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said.
So, Blake, just to recap, I've been, given my thoughts. So I just, to quickly recap, I think that it is very clear that Amber is the one here who was abusive. If we have to use that word, then she is the one who was implementing violence and the deep manipulation of what was happening in their relationship. I do very much believe that they were both toxic to each other. As someone who hates the word toxic, I do believe they perfectly embody that. They had this back and forth, very almost codependent, bipolar seeming relationship where, it was either completely amazing or it was horrible to the point where he's literally getting his finger cut off. And I don't necessarily think that Johnny is off the hook and just some poor, helpless victim. He is a victim, but he's not a helpless victim. And he chose to stay in a situation that was not good for him. But again, as I've been saying a lot through this stream, what scares me is that is not what this trial is about. This trial is specifically about whether the op-ed in the Washington Post defames Johnny Depp's character according to the law, or whether it falls under free speech. And I am worried that the jury, based on the fact that the last people they're going to hear from are Amber's lawyers and the judge, and the parameters by which they have to determine this law, it really could go either way. And I'm very worried about that.
That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him. He testified about a video link on the stand. And I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Depp. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them. And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side.
The truth?
Just as we previewed they would do in the opening.
Again, remember how, or notice how the truth of what they want you to believe. There was a lot of flaws in Johnny in his own testimony. He didn't come out as some a perfect little saint, but it just so happens that everything that happened in their relationship, Amber has an excuse for. And it was always Johnny's fault. It was never her. She was just perfect. And she even said, I'm not perfect. I'm not an angel. None of us are perfect. But you are literally testifying that you were perfect, that everything that happened was his fault.
But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp...
Again, apologizing for the words that he used. Never apologizing for violence. Never.
Wanted to get better. These are texts, PS 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp...
I will. Says, I couldn't have made it without her. I would have gone for a swim and swallowed a big drink of ocean without her, to be honest. Again, what are we talking about with Johnny being super dramatic in what he writes? That's his way of saying he's going to end himself. So let me see if I could do my Johnny Depp voice. I couldn't have made it without her. I would have gone for a swim and swallowed a big drink of the ocean without her, to be honest. It was a hell of my own doing that your little girl walked through with me step by step. I know you're already proud of her, but if you'd have seen her in action, amazing. I'm not going to keep doing that. It was an exercise of monumental patience and instinct. I wouldn't be alive, sweetheart. This is to Amber's mom. There were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. It was Amber and Amber only that got me through this, and it was not easy. And the next one is, I'm beyond thankful to have you in my life. I think this one is to Amber directly, but no. Okay, so this one's also to Amber's mom. I'm beyond thankful to have you in my life. There's no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me, and the full support of each of you individually that I've gotten helps immeasurably. I don't need to explain the horrors to you. You know as well as I. Again, sounds a lot like drug addiction to me. You know as well. What do you need to know? What you do need to know that your daughter has risen far and above the nightmarish task of taking care of this poor old junkie. Again, more about drugs, nothing about violence. Never a second has gone by that she didn't look out for me or have her eyes on me to make sure that I was okay. My words are truly feeble in attempting to explain her heroism in a text. Suffice to say, I never met or loved a woman or a thing more. Jesus Christ. She has the strength of 1,000 men, and that is due to no one or nothing but you, sweetheart. Thank you. Again, this is how Johnny talks. Yeah, no. Do you think Amber is going to get jail time if Johnny wins? No, absolutely not. There's no way she's going to jail. If she loses, she has to pay the $50 million, and that's going to be the end of it. Please do not apologize. I very much appreciate you being here. Kluke says, it is amazing that Depp's word is seen as something to disbelieve immediately, and Amber's are to immediately be believed. Exactly. We heard on video. We heard inflection. We heard, all of that stuff in what she was saying. But yet, we're, as Kluke implies, we're supposed to give the most charitable interpretation of that. Yet, we're seeing here a man who's going through real life shit and is not sure who he is and what's going on. He's in the throes of addiction, and there's somebody who's helping him with that. I'm not saying that Amber couldn't have done that. I'm not saying the love of a horrible woman can't help you in other areas, because that's exactly what I think happened. Blake says, I think it's because she's a woman and kind of, yeah, absolutely. That's my whole thing, is that this is why I care about this trial. Not because it's celebrity gossip or anything like that, but because it's finally a high profile man who has been abused and is being taken seriously. I referenced earlier, I don't know how old you are, but the Lorena Bobbitt, when she cut off her husband's thingy and threw it out the window of a car, I specifically remember Sharon Osbourne on The View laughing about it. Laughing that a man had been mutilated by his own wife. Turns out he got it sewn back on and started to do porn, so good for him. Blake also says, for perjury, isn't it like 6 or 7 years? Yes, if they choose to prosecute, but it's a Hollywood actress. They're not going to do that. There's no way she's going to jail. No way. Not
sent to page her, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean.
All right, I didn't
He said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There's no luckier man on this earth.
Right. I didn't realize he was going to read it. My bad. Just stick with me.
So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events?
In the throes of addiction.
After the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these.
So no, I'm not a lawyer, but I do believe that because this is a civil case with the parameters are very set. So I think somebody, the jury couldn't. I think maybe the state of Virginia could press charges on her for perjury, but that's how that would have to go. Somebody would have to charge her with that outside of this trial, because this trial is about did the Washington Post op-ed defame Johnny Depp's name or not, and then her counterclaim is, did all of this whole trial defame her, Amber, and cause her to lose money. So no, the jury cannot say that she's guilty of perjury and therefore she needs to pay some kind of punishment. But I believe somebody else could and should. But no. So I was explaining before real quick that this was a picture that she took. saying that Johnny was going crazy and was having a cocaine and whiskey breakfast. And I was saying, if you know anything about coke, you can see that these are freshly cut lines and there's no residue. So she was saying that he was up all night on a bender. And if that were the case, then you would see white all over this spot of the table, aside from just the lines. And Kluk says, I mean, if not perjury, then maybe another avenue. Like, didn't she literally admit to hitting Depp on the stand? Yeah, on the stand, on video, on recording, actually many times. But again, somebody is going to have to press those charges. It's not just like, oh, you did it, which, you know, I mean, I guess it's, I guess I appreciate that the law doesn't work like that, that we want to get the truth of the matter. And if the matter is, did this article defame this person, then we want to have all these other things able to be coming out. And, you know, for the same reason, you know, the jury can't just say, oh, well, we're going to catch Johnny Depp on drug charges because he said he did drugs. I don't think any of us would be happy with that. So equally, the jury only has the power to decide the question that's at hand, which again is, did the op-ed defame Johnny's name?
Days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later.
Every time he doesn't read
Disco bloodbath text.
So, Jesus Christ. I wasn't good. I was like, oh yeah, he'll read it. So I don't need to back this up and have my fucking shit pause and ruin my goddamn stream. Oh, you bastard. Whatever. All right, just play. Please just play.
Referred to as the disco bloodbath text. Says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did. And this is what one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like...
Let's remember, as we're looking at this picture, what this is a picture of. Amber claims that she was, quote, pummeled by Johnny wearing his rings more times than she can remember in the face. And she took a picture of a bruise on her arm and forgot to hide the fact that her face is completely fine.
Again, remember what I said at the beginning. If you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week week.
There should have been more. If you were taking a picture of your arm, why wouldn't you take a picture of the actual injuries?
And she texted, look who she texted that to. She texted to her mom. They say,
oh my God,
she never told anyone. Text the mom, March 23rd, 2013.
How about the hospital?
Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville? Obviously, there's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard, maybe had her arm around her at a campfire, and everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking, and Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is, but then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect him. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, hold her there. And no, sorry, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her. Assaulted her, then trashed the trailer.
With those rings, those chunky rings.
This Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago, who saw $62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this.
So they're talking about this place, Hicksville, is like I guess a a little getaway for rich people where they have trailers and it is made to seem like they're rednecks or something. I don't know, but it's this place that they went for some type of vacation or trip overnight, and the manager or the owner testified. He had contacted, he saw that the trial was going on. He contacted somebody on Twitter who he heard about the trial from, which happened to be an account that was on Johnny's side. And that's how he got into the trial. And then he was on the stand and he said that not only was he working that night, but it wasn't Johnny who was angry, as Amber testified, but it was Amber who was really the one who was causing problems. And that there was, again, I don't remember every little detail, but basically all the shit that she said he did is what she did. Yeah, that sure doesn't look like on her arm, right? He's punching her with rings, and it's got it really does look like she bumped into something. Blake also says, and even if it was a punch from Johnny, it would leave more of a mark due to the rings he wears. It would be such a bigger bruise. And again, that is something that she testified herself, that she's never known Johnny not to wear rings. That's what she said.
Trial. There was way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted that he smashed hotel rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions. So in Hicksville, Hicksville was late May 2013. This is another text after drug buddy Bethany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay.
An Amber
People are getting
Alert!
messages on their phones that hadn't silenced that.
An Amber Alert!
How ironic.
Right, an Amber Alert.
At closing. Wow.
So that's after Hicksville. This is what I was going to do next. This, remember the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht.
Here it is.
On the island in the Bahamas
Amber
in 2013, when Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the sidewall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment.
Pictures?
That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose.
What does this all say? I guess this is to Steve. I'm not sure who Steve is, but this is clearly incoming. So it says rears, tears, beers, shears, sapphires, leers, jeers, peers, queers, hears, Mouseketeers, ears, I can go all night. DJ Maxi Pad, the old vintage motherfucker you went for, dumbass. Okay. Something, not expect anything from me. Eat a salad with your equine and bovine yerps. What the fuck is this? And thanks for the support. Have a great shoot. You sicken me. Leave me fucking be, Officer Squarehead. Your display of good. I'm not reading this. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry.
The
calling her a
phone even
lesbian
shows she's
counselor
BSing.
because she cared about
The
his
Amber
and
Alert.
just ridiculing her
I gotta hit this fan. Give me one.
for trying to protect his daughter. Sickening. This text. Let's fast forward a little bit to actually before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist. And Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed
That's not what she said.
You can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger or some kind of ring, wearing one ring on his finger. And so in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On September 2013, in London, Mr. Depp was filming with Paul Bettany. He missed a few days of work going on a multi-day drug binge. And that's when he told Miss Heard that if she accepted an invitation and went to a concert with a friend that she was starring in a movie with, that the engagement would be off. Talk about coercive control that Don Hughes testified is abuse. That is abuse.
Exactly, Blake. Here, him hitting her in the face. We were talking about Rihanna, and we remember the pictures of Rihanna after Chris Brown, who was not wearing rings, what her face looked like. And Amber's doesn't match. Not even close. Not even close.
And there's been a lot mentioned in this case by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Miss Heard not wanting to leave. Well, this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi-day bender. That's why.
So what? He is a grown man, and if he doesn't want to stand around and listen to you, he doesn't have to. That is not a reason to abuse the man. What is this argument?
She didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that, and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident. Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco. And Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane. And it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man, it was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window.
Jesus.
She was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she? He kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
So this is the audio of him on the plane where she alleges that he assaulted a flight attendant and was being crazy with her. And then, of course, the bodyguards or whoever was on the plane with them said that that didn't happen. Kluk says, bruh, that should have cut that bitch off immediately. She's far too controlling and attention-seeking for someone who seemingly just wants a partner to enjoy life with, not a nag with an agenda. You are absolutely correct. In the words of Rich Cooper, men love to complicate their lives and justify why. He just seems like a typical, well, not typical, but in this way, a very typical romantic guy who's very emotional and intense. But it's, just because he has the status and money that he does, you get caught up in your emotions. And you have to be aware that no matter how level-headed and smart and successful and rich and whatever you are, these specific emotions can drive you to a place that nobody should ever, ever be. And if you're not on the lookout, actively vetting for red flags, especially if you're a man of status, then you are inevitably going to run into something like this. And you have to be aware of that stuff. Well said, Kluk. I don't think she can keep up with those lives, says Blake. I agree. This is not looking good for her. Well, let's continue. Now, let me ask you something real quick. Does that sound like a man who has enough capabilities to be, enacting these types of things? Maybe. But most of the other testimony was about how he falls asleep. So, and like Kluk said, he's just a guy who wants to enjoy his life. And she's always nagging him because he's doing drugs. But so what? He's already almost 60 years old. What does he have to lose? Blake says, I'm gonna be kissed. I'm gonna guess you mean pissed if Amber wins, and I also will be pissed. And I won't be kissed, but I will be pissed.
That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne.
I already told y'all what that was about.
He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happening. Is you're weighing the evidence, you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne. And what you get? An angry aggro engine and a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane.
That literally says to me exactly what it says. I'm too old to be that guy. I'm not going to be, I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. He's saying that he doesn't want that. And we've seen everything before. All of his apologies, everything has to do around the words that he's used. So I'm still looking for the tie to all the things that he said and the actual abuse. Cook says, definitely should not, definitely should not be going on so many benders, but with a woman like that, don't blame him for wanting to escape. Exactly. I mean, yeah, I mean, you can have your opinions on the drug use and what that should or shouldn't look like, but definitely that's far outside, what this case is about. And, even if you do believe like, oh, he's a scumbag because he was doing all these drugs, that's, for you to decide, but that's not what this is about.
You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text of Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day where he says,
again, that one said that we fought, and that seems to be what he's angry about. The fact that he gets drunk, gets fucked up, and says things he doesn't mean. Still looking for a tie to violence.
Again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I'm sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down.
Still sounds like addiction.
What his response has been throughout this trial and things like that is blaming Amber, saying you're just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what did they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen.
Well, if it didn't, hell yeah. Drugs are a better girlfriend than any girl. Just kidding, of course. But yeah, like to act like that is some incredulous statement that, yeah, a full-grown man was kneeling on my back and I was worried that there would be marks and there's no marks and I wore a backless dress. Like what exactly are you proposing that happened? That he knelt on your back, but not hard enough to leave a mark? And what does that even mean? Like, I've had sex that has had more marks than her back has. All she does is bring these stupid arguments and controlling acts. Yeah, she's got nothing. She's got nothing.
February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett, right? that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it. He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his.
So we've got shit here that says no, you're not. Why? That's not part of the job description. I'm telling you now. Any of you guys start to that means nothing. I just do not want to hear it. That doesn't mean anything. I'm a grown fucking man and I will not be judged. That doesn't mean anything. And I will never ever live in this world cage any longer. That literally means nothing. I'll do whatever I damn well please. Need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man. And the E. That's the worst thing that he said. And all he's doing is asking for drugs. Yeah, and our dog stepped on a bee. Like, what are we doing here? What are we talking about? Why is this not done?
Who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're getting in drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy. And no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that
masterpiece.
Mr. Depp, she gets there, she pulls out a bag of DNA. He took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard
remember that's his
refused to do a post knock,
bloody stump of a
domestic
finger.
Relations attorney Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time. She said,
"Yeah." So what we're looking at right here is when Johnny, yeah, he didn't cut his finger off. It was cut off by Amber throwing a vodka bottle. But then he dipped his finger in her paint and wrote all over the mirrors and lampshades and stuff. And you know, exactly, if you're playing guitar, your finger, especially your index finger, is super, super important. So let's continue because I gotta take this dog. So what I've decided, because we started with some of a clip that TLA put out that didn't really give us all this this information. I'm gonna finish up with this guy, and then I'll do the other lawyer in a separate video tomorrow. Because I gotta pee, I gotta take out the dog, and that's what we're gonna do.
the only way out of this is that I don't want to post up. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face, and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces.
Look at Johnny.
She doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the desk phone to suggest that that was it. It's deception. They're trying to deceive you. And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house, but not before what happened before she went to bed that night, where Ms. Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. This is the next morning. This is what he wrote with the bloody stump of his finger. And there's been testimony about what happened to cut the finger off, but frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she did.
That, again, is a very poignant thing that is relevant to, you know, what I've been saying about how worried I am about this trial. He literally said she could have chopped it off with an axe and it wouldn't make a difference in this case. If that doesn't tell you that we are not operating on who's good, who's bad, and this could go sideways really quick, to emphasize that, because he knows that the jury believes Johnny's story about the bottle being thrown, and that's how his finger got cut off. And so he has to address it and said, even if that is the case, even if she did this horrible, horrible thing, it wouldn't matter for the defamation. Because they're saying, okay, fine, we'll give you that. She did chop off his finger, but she didn't write anything about it in the op-ed, so it doesn't count. That's why you would say that.
We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambition, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber. Talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act on abuse, testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here she writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote Call Carly Simon. She didn't write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right.
Look at that
Imagine having
face.
a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse.
That's abuse.
Good luck and be careful at the top. And
She's
this is a good
crazy.
chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. He tells her in this recording,
If you look at the bigger picture, what is
It's irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy, weird. You know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird.
We got
Out of
about
his own mouth.
10 minutes left of the actual
This is some of the notes of Dr.
testimony,
Clausen.
and I got it on
His therapist
1.25.
called him
So
self-destructive.
home stretch.
Something about wait up to fight the devil. Jealous, and I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous. You see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat. Which
Hello.
do not include injury.
Hello.
No one who hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not include injury. But we all know what Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again, because they're the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine.
Oh my
He said,
God.
that's not my style. I wouldn't write like that. Of course he would. And he did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This, not what you heard on the stand, that. It's disgusting. He admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse Filati, I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
Shout out to Mr. Mustachio. Thank you.
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
If you had your finger chopped off, then, you know, in conversation about it, when you would say, I got my finger chopped off or I chopped my finger off, that doesn't mean I specifically did it. It's because it's my finger. No? I mean,
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say it doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle. That had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding. And she confronted him about that. No surprise there. They got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Henriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run. And this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door. But he runs up the stairs, and Miss Henriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs. And Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Ms. Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because
look at
he
his
had
face.
A hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen. That's abuse. It's disgusting. But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low, to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, you really want to go again, tough guy. And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's
Sorry, this is the worst we've seen. I mean, there's definitely something there, but again, that could be anything.
out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up. Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, if she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her. She got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her.
He thinks she
and of course,
protests too much.
Victims, of course, of control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, we're talking about a hoax. The next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before.
You said it, not me.
The dumbest person in the world.
Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail. And I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruises. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this is all about a pocket.
You don't know if that's a pocket knife or not? I can see it from here. And even if you full screen this, you can see that there's something right here, and they zoomed in on it earlier. It's a pocket knife, my day.
Pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day.
So do a lot of people.
We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from.
Oh, if it is a pocket knife.
I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX58. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas. And on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out. And every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that. And she yelled at it. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video. She didn't show you the closet. She didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet. He said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrassed me. And then he took her into the bathroom. And she said, but this time he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony, it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter. Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck. He was squeezing her neck against the railway car. And at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt. He rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck, a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to.
That's a great point, Blake. How can a boot cut a perfect line in wood? That doesn't look like. It looks like somebody took a knife and cut the piece off. Knife is a good friend when you've got no other. Damn straight, brother. Play. Or are you not playing?
Her birthday party, just very quickly, he experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk, he chest bumped me, he fell to the floor, I fell to the floor, and when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders, and that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says, it actually does on page 64, and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly.
Home stretch, boys.
That's abuse, it's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news or terrible news.
Let's see what his big finale is.
On the way to the birthday party, where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now. And Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim. But these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures, and now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark.
Okay, so even real quick, I was going to say there's been no testimony except for the guy who testified that they were fake. But we have this picture, which is the same incident as the previous one. And of course, you can see the color of her skin is different, including her cheek, where clearly the photo has been edited.
Testimony in this case, these pictures were fake.
Look at this.
There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple that lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself, is abuse.
Linda.
He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having. He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016, threatening to cut himself and telling you cut me or I will.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
Yeah, this is a crazy recording.
I'm not going to play it again. It was horrible.
He's not going to play it?
Why would you not
Is
play
it
that?
closing?
Exactly, that's a mistake.
He goes, Johnny said something along the lines, if you don't cut me, I will, or something crazy like that. That should have been played in your closing arguments. Come on, man. We're looking here for the good stuff.
Divorce agreement.
It's supposed to be your highlights.
Signed in agreement with his signature. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain.
That's such
He
a
said
mistake.
that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove or to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you
so he's just gone through the rest of the parameters of of what they are supposed to judge the whole case on. So we got the juicy stuff from Johnny's side, and we got the semi-boring stuff from Amber's side. I've already been on for 4.5 hours, so I am spent. But tomorrow I'm going to go through the rest of Amber's closing. And again, that's the lead attorney and the real finale. Very interesting. And again, when I originally watched it, it really got me thinking after listening to the earlier testimony from Johnny's side, thinking that we had this in the bag. It really got me worried. So that's, the way that she talks about things. I can't, dude. I very much appreciate that you want me to stay, but hey, hit that subscribe button and I will be back tomorrow. And then I've got a very, very special IDRYB live on Monday evening, including the NJ Pot Lawyer, the real Nathan Daly, and a couple of other faces that have been on the platform before. We're going to be talking about the question, what should the role of police be in society? So definitely come back for that. And like I said, I've been doing more live stream stuff. And oh man, if I drank Red Bull right now, I would never be able to get to sleep. Oh man. But what do you guys think about how the parameters really change what we're looking at? Because it's not just a matter of, like I said, it's not just a matter of who was worse, who did what. When you have to localize your opinion to specifically the op-ed, and it doesn't name Johnny, but it does have dates, it's a very muddy situation. And so it really is up to the jury. It's not a clear-cut case where there is no way for the jury to, come out on one side or the other, and the other side would be completely ridiculous. Either way they come back, there is, it makes sense. It will make sense under the way the law is written. Sorry. Like I said, if you haven't been watching this trial, this is a great way to catch up on all the stuff that has gone on. I'm trying to, we started this off and I got a little thrown, but highlighting all the good stuff. Again, I have no clue what the jury will say. I very much hope that they come out and say that Amber owes Johnny $50 million because she did exactly what she's accused of doing. She's ruined the man's life. She's ruined the man's reputation. And, especially at this age, it's not like he's some young 30-year-old something who can reinvent himself. Remember Robert Downey Jr. was like a Hollywood scumbag in the early 90s or whenever it was. And then he came back as Iron Man. Johnny doesn't have that kind of time. And so, again, even if the jury comes back and says, nope, Amber was perfect and didn't do anything wrong, this will still be a win. This will still be a win because we are seeing the entire country focus on a case of a man being abused by a woman and it being taken seriously. Yeah, imagine ruining someone's life that's almost complete. I mean, he's not that old. I think he's like 58 or something. He's not that old. He's not like on death's door. But if you look at his body of work, it's very clear that there, you know, he's on the back nine, at least in terms of his acting career. He started when he was, you know, however, you know, he was young when he started. And yeah, the dog is pulling me to go, so I'm gonna have to cut it short. What I meant to do was do the Johnny side today and the Amber side tomorrow, but I will finish up with this tomorrow. So definitely check back in and make sure you subscribe and hit the bell so that you'll see when I'm hopping on. And yeah, I want to get through the rest of this. And then, of course, I am going to be covering whatever else comes out from this trial. I am very personally invested in what's happening. If you have never been here, thank you for checking out the channel. I appreciate you hanging out with me, Blake and Kluk. I appreciate you guys specifically for participating in the my dog has not stepped on a bee, thank goodness. I wouldn't. That is not what I need at 11 o'clock at night right now. But yeah, we've got a lot of great things coming up. And of course, as always, the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast itself airs on Wednesday mornings. And look out for the preview of this week's episode on Monday. That's not tomorrow, right? Yeah, no, on Monday. So I'll have that as well as the next, I'll put the next IDRYB live is tomorrow. So we are going to have 3 IDRYB lives in 3 days. What time will I be back on tomorrow? I do not know. What time should I come back? What time would be good for you? I'm genuinely asking because I hadn't planned out. I hadn't planned it out. I've got the day off. This is what I am going to be dedicating the day to. So if I know you'll be here, then I will come back just for you. I'm in the Eastern time zone, so it's 11 p.m. right now. I like to sleep in, so probably wouldn't be before 2 p.m.-ish, but 5:30. Hey, yeah, I could push that. 5:30. What? Yeah, perfect. All right. So 6 o'clock tomorrow, I will be back. 6 o'clock tomorrow. I'm expecting you to be here, Blake. I'm going to be very upset if we're going through this and you're not here. There's a lot of places to get this type of this footage, but what you're getting from me, you're not going to get it anywhere else. So I'm going to be here just for Blake. All the people watching the replay, the time was set by Blake. So join him. Come back with me. We're going to finish up the highlights of this trial. There's a lot left to be said, and I haven't even really given my whole, monologue of my thoughts on the whole thing yet. I'm gonna top the next video off with that. So I'm just gonna leave you guys wanting more. I appreciate you guys. Please like, comment, and subscribe if you really love what I'm doing. There are some support links in the description. Actually, there's not right now, but there will be in a moment. And I would really appreciate that. But of course, it is free to like, comment, and subscribe and share with all your friends. But even if you don't want to do that and you just want to sit at home and think about how awesome I am and how great this channel is, that would be cool too. Until next time, I am out of here. Peace.